Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Lamb Family College of Business 5th Annual Entrepreneurship Symposium. Our program will begin shortly.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sybil Yang, and I'm an associate professor in the Lamb Family College of Business, and I am also the faculty director of innovation and entrepreneurship for the Lamb Family College of Business. I would like to welcome you all today to our 5th annual Entrepreneurship Symposium. Without further ado, I would like to introduce the Dean of the College of Business, Dean Eugene Cevedas.
Hello, welcome everyone. Thank you all for being here. I'm really excited to welcome you to the college and to the INE Symposium. I want to commend Professor Yang for her work on the symposium and thank the Alumni Association for their help with this event. And thank you all for being here. A lot of work goes into these events, and so thank you to all the participants. Congratulations for participating in this event, for making it this far, and thank you to all the judges, panelists, speakers for taking the time to be here. The Lamb Family College of Business is one of the largest undergraduate colleges of business in the United States, and we also offer several master's programs. Over the past few years, we have increasingly focused on innovation and entrepreneurship as one of our signature programs. We've started with a symposium, and this year, Professor Yang has expanded it to also have an IND pitch competition in which some of you participated. And this could not have been done without the help of our benefactors, Chris Larson, Lena Lamb, and the Lamb family, the Lamb Larson Initiative, MUFG Union Bank, which has been a long-time supporter of ours for this initiative, and State Farm Ventures as well. So I want to thank all those sponsors for their help in making this event a reality. As a college, our goal is to create a student-centered college that does justice to our location in the Bay Area, which, as we all know, has spawned many an innovation over many years. We are also, within the Lamb Larson initiatives, also launching another innovation and entrepreneurship initiative, which focuses on research headed by Professor Meenu Kumar, and that focuses on responsible innovation and entrepreneurship research. So Professor Yang will do the student-focused aspects, and Professor Kumar more the advancing the frontiers of our knowledge in innovation. We hope to create a top-notch college that focuses heavily on experiential learning. And we have several other initiatives, including one in community engagement, in ethics and sustainable business, and in technology in business education. And also we are using technology to increase our student engagement. And you will see several exciting plans being rolled out and actions being rolled out over the next year or so in these fields. So what my dream is that one day the next Google, the next Facebook, the next TikTok comes out of from our alumni. And innovation is not simply that we have a new product. It's about transforming the human experience. If we look at all the great innovations of the past century or so, we see everything from the airplane to the computer to the smartphone to great strides in healthcare, in telecommunications, and many other fields. And so I'm very excited that the focus of a lot of the kind of innovations that our students work on also focuses on improving the quality of life of our communities. So that's really exciting to us. We also have a very large, sizable hospitality program, And so we have a long tradition of entrepreneurship in the Lamb Family College of Business. When we think of entrepreneurship and innovation, there is a tendency in this region to think about the high-tech world. But as we know, innovation happens in a lot of sectors, new cuisines, fusion cuisines. If you think of it, Starbucks has transformed the coffee experience of Americans and many other people around the world. So we have a lot of room for innovation. In the higher education world, we are dealing with the innovation or the consequences of digitization of online of education. Today, nearly a quarter of accredited business schools offer fully online degrees. So this is another frontier for us as educators to explore. So I'm very thrilled that you are here. We look forward to hearing from all the panelists and speakers, and most importantly from our students. We want to see what kind of ideas you pitch to us, and I hope you get great feedback from the experts here. So thank you once again, and welcome everybody. Bye.
Thank you, Dean Savedis. Before we get started today, I wanted to go ahead and speak forth a land acknowledgement for the university. The campuses of San Francisco State University on the San Francisco Peninsula in North Bay are located within the occupied territories of the Ramaytush, Ohlone, and Coastal Miwok, who, along with the Southern Pomo, are organized as the Federated Indians of Graton Rancheria. To learn more, we encourage you to visit AIS Red Talks, the YouTube channel for the American Indian Studies program in the College of Ethnic Studies at San Francisco State. We invite the San Francisco State family and extended community at large to join us each year for diverse thought, inspiration, and celebration of entrepreneurship at San Francisco State. This annual symposium was founded with the mission to encourage the entrepreneurial spirit, develop entrepreneurial skills, and strengthen the entrepreneurial network between San Francisco State, our local communities, and with industry. We have a full day of discussions, conversations, and networking opportunities with leading entrepreneurs and innovative thinkers from all industries and organizations, all of whom this year are proud San Francisco State alumni. In addition, we will host our 5th annual innovation pitch competition, and you will have a chance to see their pitches vie for over $10,000 in prize money at the symposium later on today. If you can join us for all the sessions today, that's amazing, and we totally feel your energy. If you can't, don't worry about it. We encourage you to attend the sessions that you can. Feel free to log in and out throughout the day as you need to. The entire event will be recorded, and after a closed captioning transcription will be made available on the San Francisco State Alumni Association YouTube channel. And with that, I would now like to start off our introduction to our first session. But before we do that, I would like to see some of you guys put into the chat just where geographically you guys are from, like where everybody's logging in from and attending this, this session from. I know moving to a virtual forum allows us a lot more liberty in terms of bringing in wider audiences. We don't all have to fight for expensive parking in downtown San Francisco. So just kind of put it into the chat, get used to being in the chat also. As you have questions and thoughts with these speakers, feel free to go ahead and put them in the question and answer, the Q&A panel, or into the chat. We'll be monitoring both. And with that, I would like to go to our very first session of the day. Dorm room to exit. We have 2 proud San Francisco State alumni, Lan Pahe, Journalism of 2019, and Matt Greenleaf, Business Administration 2019. Lan Pahe was the CEO and co-founder of Stream Club, which was recently acquired by the video developer platform Mux, where he currently runs the Labs team. The team is focused on early stage product discovery and prototyping. In a previous life, although I think it's kind of still in his current life, Land raises millions in venture capital funding, eats at a ridiculous number of McDonald's across the world, and as a journalism major has also written for the Golden Gate Express and founded the first SF Hacks. Please welcome Lan Pahey. Okay. I'd also like to welcome Matt Greenleaf. Matt Greenleaf is the co-founder and operating partner of SF Hacks, Swift Labs, and now Magic Fund. Magic Fund is an early stage, so pre-seed or seed stage accelerator and micro venture capital firm focused on fintech, healthcare, and the emerging markets of Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia. The fund does not just provide monetary support to its portfolio companies, but also prides itself on the hands-on support, operational skills, and mentorship that it gives to company founders. To date, Magic Fund has made 132 investments, including 20 diversity investments with a total of 6 exits. Please welcome Matt Greenleaf. Okay. Let's see if we can get them into the room. Hello, Matt.
Hi there.
Hi.
Trying to turn on video. There we go.
Great.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I've actually been sick most of the week, so forgive me if I start coughing or something, or go on mute or turn off my video abruptly. But finally had felt up to strength to, this is actually my first call that I've joined this since Tuesday. So
we totally feel honored for that, and to have both you and Lan here. Great to see you also, Lan.
Is Lan oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
Yes, I made it.
And you know something, I just want to point out to our audience, because they could probably see it for themselves. You guys are young. I feel very old. And I think that's one of the, pardon the pun, magical things about you guys and you guys' story also, is that you guys are recent grads. I've attended a lot of entrepreneurship forums, and then you get, these founders up there who are my age or older. And I know that a lot of, students watch and they're like, man, I'm not a part of that world. So I'd like you guys to talk a little bit about your time at State and how you guys met.
Lan, you wanna take it?
Sounds good, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
I'll let Lan go. Lan go.
How did you guys meet?
Oh, are we starting now? Oh.
Yeah, dude, you're already in front of a large audience.
Wow. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, Matt and I think we originally met when he was planning TEDxSF State. We got involved in an organization called Incubed, and then eventually we, ended up becoming roommates, right? So you can just imagine what our days were like. We had a whiteboard in our living room. Like we spent a lot of time together coming up with different ideas and things to work on. And then eventually we founded SF Hacks together. So really, we've had classes together, we've done outside projects together. I mean, we literally just went to Coachella together a couple weeks ago. So the friendship runs deep, and Magic Fund invested in my company. So it has been a wild ride.
So you guys literally ran into each other at Incube?
Was it like
I think Lan, I forgot how he reached out, but he was reaching out to basically like see if I wanted to set up a fund. Like, I think he wanted to set up a fund like for students at the time. That was his
first ask, like.
Yeah. I think that was actually the first like idea that he approached me with. I was like, yeah, let's do it. And then like eventually as things developed, we were just like, we started thinking about like other ideas and other things that we could execute on, and those things kind of ended up taking over.
Okay, I'm going to back
most
up
of
a
the time.
step. How does a college student have the audacity to think that they can start up a venture investment fund?
You kind of just have to have the audacity. Just right, like a lot of the things that I remember my first week coming into state. I went to one of the computer science professors and told them, like, as a freshman, I was like, oh, I really want to start a hackathon here. I can't remember which professor that was. I got to check my student email, but like, the hardest part about doing anything is really just getting started and sticking with it. And Matt has a lot more experience on the VC side now, but he's kind of gone the VC route, and I've kind of gone the entrepreneurial route. So yeah.
I want to dig a little bit more into what gave you guys that confidence, and the confidence and the thought that I'm a freshman, I'm a journalism major, I'm going to go to a CS professor and say I want to start SF Hacks. Who does this, and what made you think of it, and what made you think that you were the one who was able to do it?
Yeah, I think everything really boils down to your environment, right? And I think like that's one of the huge benefits of being in San Francisco. And in high school, I was lucky enough to have a lot of friends be interested in technology and computer science. So I went to a bunch of different hackathons. I helped organize a hackathon called High School Hacks, and we had several thousand high school students come, and just seeing like what people made and all the different ideas that people came up with, and the fact that like nothing felt too big or too small, right? Like people were just throwing things out there and sharing what was interesting to them was really inspiring, right? And when you do that type of stuff in high school, it kind of just gives you like the framework for trying to figure out how to do it in college, right? My initial instinct was, okay, like maybe we already have a hackathon. And I learned that we didn't. So the next logical step is, okay, like this should exist. Let's make it. And doing things by yourself is really hard, right? And you have to find teammates and allies, and going to the CS department felt like the most logical thing at the time. And eventually met Matt and a whole bunch of other people. I think like our team for the first SF Hacks was like 30 students, like dedicating a ton of time, not getting paid to do it, just doing it for the sake of doing it. And Matt and I are barely involved in it, and it's still running many years later, right?
Yep.
So I think that's really the most powerful thing about it. All it really takes is just getting started.
Yeah. So Matt, when Lan approached you and you didn't know him at all, and he asks to partner up to either do something with Incubed, or is looking into venture cap investing, or says, hey, you want to partner up and do SF Hacks? How did you know? How did you know that this was a guy that you were gonna want to work with and would work well with?
Yeah, I mean, I think that ultimately, like, it boiled down to the fact that I'm just naturally like a pretty curious person. And when I hear, good ideas or something that makes, a lot of sense for, especially for the kind of, I guess what at the time was really just like a burgeoning like entrepreneurship community in SF State. That idea like seemed to be something that made sense. And also at the same time I was like, oh, this guy looks, I think he's like another young, like ambitious guy we also had a lot of mutual, I think we had a lot of mutual friends as well. So that also helps. But it was the fact that like it was an idea that I probably like had thought of before, and it was like someone like-minded who I could actually like try and execute it with. And then we just got to like meet up in person finally, and we both were like, raised in the South Bay. We both like, we're always kind of like working on startups and even, building things since high school. So there's a lot of alignment just from like kind of values and frameworks that, I think helped drive that relationship despite, him being like this random guy who like kind of wanted to start a fund. I think he's trying to call it Gator Fund at the time.
Yeah.
And no.
Yeah, there's
So-
still some potential. Who knows?
We'll talk about that afterwards. I do believe that that's closer on the horizon than any of us would imagine. Now, Lan had mentioned that it's really hard to do things by yourself, and you need to find partners, a network, a team, a community or so. What advice would you give to the students at State? And you know them, you were them, to find that other person to work with, or community to help you along?
Oh, I mean, for us, we created it kind of in a way, right? Like we wanted that so badly for ourselves that we literally gathered people who were like-minded and interested in the same things as us, interested in like building this type of community that, we were able to work hard and spend a lot of time building that across, TEDx, SF Hacks, Incubed. And I think that, basically being able to tap into existing resources on campus, SF Hacks is still around, and it's obviously a very great place to, collaboratively find people to work on ideas with. But also, I think that there's stuff like the entrepreneurship fellowship and things like that present good opportunities for people who are interested in entrepreneurship and startups. But obviously, I think that there's still more that can be done to kind of support that. But I think that for us, we just kind of built that. We just like kind of right.
And then the other half of the equation is like, as serendipity is really important, right? Like it really, as long as the type of people that you admire, respect, have similar passions as you are like in the same room, it doesn't really matter like what's happening, and being able to literally just put yourself out there, like a lot of our best conversations that Matt and I have had have not been like at like formal situations. They've just been like us walking to the McDonald's at Stonestown, right? It's really just like making sure you're finding the right people with your interests and passions, and just finding every opportunity to spend time with them, right? Like I love learning by osmosis. That's been my career so far. I have had no, prior experience to anything that has happened, since being at State, and just being able to spend time with them, in person, virtually, naturally, without being forced to, is a great way to not only build trust, right? As like many years later, like when Magic Fund invested in my company, the conversation was very short, right? Like so like it's it's all about like just getting to know other people in natural situations.
Now, having lived the past 2 years in pandemic lockdown world, right? So many of the sociable, casual, serendipitous interactions have kind of gone away because we've moved everything online. Has that affected the way that you guys have been able to create these serendipitous encounters in your current careers?
Oh, that's a good question.
I mean,
I would say
go
like,
ahead.
yeah, I mean, I think they're like, I mean, once you know what you're interested in, what you're working on, you can find orgs that can help, right? So, like during the pandemic, like we were part of like organizations like On Deck and Y Combinator, and they were, you know, full of entrepreneurs that, you know, were on the same timeline, on the same goals, and had a lot of virtual opportunities to like meet and hang out, right? I think, you know, once everyone got boosted and vaxxed, then then it got more fun to do like walk-in talks in the park with people. And yeah, I think the hardest part is figuring out what you actually care about, right? Like once you figure out what you care about and what you're interested in and what you want to focus on, like it gets a lot easier to find where those people are, and you just spend time with them.
Yeah, I do love that you specifically raised that it's important for you to find out what's important, what you want to prioritize. And as a teacher, as a professor, I run into a lot of students with very complex lives. So they work multiple full-time jobs, they commute from them very far away, and then they take classes, and then they look at me and they're like, what, you want me to actively go and join student orgs and take on more extracurriculars? You guys obviously during your time at State had a lot on your plate, but you both seem to have put a lot of these extracurriculars and the making of the community and the network that you cared about high up on your priority list. Is there advice that you guys would give to, you know, aspiring entrepreneurs when they're trying to balance the GPA and the part-time job? And hey, I want to start up my business. What thoughts would you give to them?
I love this topic. I mean, to give some more color, right? Like I grew up with a single mom. I like pretty much, you know, paid my own way through college. I like had a full-time jobs at startups during college. I think at the end of the day, like it goes back to figuring out what you're interested in so that you make it work, right? Like ultimately, like if you're not interested in it, it's going to feel like a chore and you're not going to want to do it. So like it's really the easiest way to say it is like, if you care, you'll put in the time, right? I made sure like to kind of segment the different parts of my life, right? So there was school, and there was all the extracurricular stuff that, you know, we were doing over at State, and then there was my actual like startup job that I had. And you know, when it came to school, I made sure that all my classes were stacked, you know, on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And
how many classes did you take a semester?
I mean, I was averaging like 15 to 18 units. So
You were packed, yeah.
And I was working a full-time job, right? As a product manager at a startup. So I think the benefit of this is you have to put yourself in situations where this could actually happen. The only reason why, you know, this company let me work as a full-time employee was because I had been working there for about a year. I'd, proven myself there, and they were able to accommodate my school schedule, right? So like, as long as you know your strengths and what you're optimizing for, like there's always a way to like make things work and have schedules flex and and have everything play well together.
Yeah. Matt, how did you find this many hours in a day?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, honestly, I don't know. To be completely honest, like I don't know how, Lan and I were able to do it, but I think a big part of it is the fact that we had like all kind of, we all had shared interests, and a shared, like, I guess the main shared interest was to really like be able to, support each other. And when I say each other, I mean kind of the team of, people who ran SF Hacks, ran TEDx, ran Incubed. It was all pretty much the same people who kind of across all three orgs. And then we brought in other folks who were a little more, interested in one or the one than the other. And I think that helped a lot as well. Being able to like know that you have like this group, it's almost like a family of, friends who you'd spend time with, regardless of whether or not we were running a student org together. And I think that like that helped a lot, being able to like delegate and just like share the, the workload of trying to build this entire, structure out just on our own. So I think that definitely was part of it. We got to kind of work with other people in doing that. And then I think for myself, I started the fund in summer of 2017.
You were still in school.
Yeah, I was 20 at the time when the fund was started. And so, I was still in school for like the next 2 years. And, a lot of, the fund required me to actually physically meet with like hundreds of founders and startups, on like a quarterly basis. And so, there were times where I would literally have to go from a class straight. Well, I tried to optimize everything. So I would try to, I think for the last year and a half of college, I was living, in like downtown, kind of like so that I could just take classes at the downtown campus. And then I think I had one night class at the main campus. And so, I did that in a way so that I could always be kind of close to wherever I had to go for meetings. And so that worked out well, in my advantage. But, I think obviously a lot more of my time was consumed by the fund the later years, at least the last year and a half of state, more so than kind of student orgs and other extracurriculars.
So at the end of the day, the only thing that keeps you going is the fact that it's fun, right? Like it's like, which goes back to indexing on your interests. There's no way that any, sane person would be able to do it if they didn't enjoy it. So,
yeah. You guys clearly love what you do, because when you talk about it, you guys are both all smiles, which makes me want to smile too. I am assuming that you guys both have done what you wanted to do at college, during college. Did you guys learn what you wanted to learn in college? And if so, where did you learn it from? Was it in the classroom? Was it, in an extracurricular? Was it from a professor? Or did you not learn what you wanted to learn in school and you learned it someplace else?
I feel like a lot of my best learnings were in the periods, but like switching between classes, right? Like hanging out with my journalism professors outside of office, like outside of class, and just like picking, their mind on how they thought about the state of the media industry.
It still blows my mind that you're a journalism major, but
yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it's a really like my journalism classes probably like were one of the most helpful things in helping me think analytically about how to tell, stories. And when you raise venture capital, it's really about the storytelling.
Yeah.
And that was a huge, I think, like in retrospect, like being on the Golden Gate Express and being in those journalism classes, and really just like it kind of teach you to be shameless about like asking questions and getting sources and like being unafraid to talk to strangers. Like practically all of that applied to raising capital for a startup. So yeah, I would say like this kind of goes back to like the serendipitous situations where like the best moments are like sprinkled in between the class times, and like even during the class times, it's just like little pockets where you're able to like jam with someone and they riff off your idea, and it keeps going back and forth. So that really goes back to environment, right? So you really like, you can't be like a homebody and just be like, hey, like I'm gonna hang out here and see what happens.
I love that piece of advice.
Yeah.
Matt, how about you? What'd you learn?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree that you kind of have to go out of your comfort zone while you're in college to, try and find these unique, opportunities to, to really learn new things outside of just your normal kind of curriculum. And I think for us, that's kind of what we got to do, through working with each other on all these different projects. And then obviously the people that we got to like meet while we were running TEDx is like all these like just like really impressive people, and we got to like even like help them with how they're telling how they're going to give their talk and like how they're structuring it. That stuff was like invaluable. I think that there's the fact that like we had a professor that we both took together. His name was Chris Haroon. I don't know if he teaches at State anymore, but he used to be a VC, and every day after his class, we'd actually like walk with him around campus to his car. We were like the only students who did, because we were basically like his I guess his mentees in a way, but he was like super cool with us and would just talk with us about like random topics, random things. We talked about fundraising, startups, just like anything that kind of piqued our interest at the time. And he would just like chat with us about it, even would like offer to give us rides and stuff, just like if we needed to go somewhere. But yeah, super cool professor for sure. And obviously, yeah, like going back to what Lan said, the time I think, well, also for us, I think we traveled a lot too while we were in school. And so that's like, I think a big part of learning for us is, we had the ability to also, travel. We went on like road trips we went on a road trip like in the spring or something, like just randomly, spontaneously, we drove Lan's car all the way to like Vancouver. And we just like, it was like a Fiat. So we were driving like the stick shift Fiat all the way to like Vancouver, and spontaneous things like that. Traveling, getting to like, surround yourself with, people that interest you and you can learn from. I think that's outside of your normal curriculum. I think those are the ways that we were able to like really get, I guess, the confidence and skills and knowledge to, I guess, partially be where we are now.
Yeah, expand your boundaries and see more of the real world, and don't be afraid to apply what you've learned to the real world and test it out.
Yeah, and not everything has to be serious, right? Like I think like I love Matt's spontaneous Vancouver. We were literally sitting at the McDonald's at Stonestown. That's where all our best ideas come from. I was like, hey, let's drive to Vancouver. to right now. And, we got some stuff at his house and then we started driving. And like, you might think of it as a car ride, but like I spent 18 hours with Matt in a car, right? So you could just imagine all the different conversations and tangents that we went on. And
Was this
yeah,
during spring break or was it actually during the semester, the academic period?
I feel like it was during classes. Yeah, it was a Friday night though, so we got back. We got back.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw this out here just because I barely got out of undergrad with above a 3.0 GPA, and as an Asian kid, that was just not a thing, right? And so I hear so much from my students that they're making choices to protect that GPA over all the other stuff, the extracurriculars, the projects, the friends. And I'm not telling the people to go and like tank their GPA and go and party all the time or anything like that. But you guys took an impromptu road trip during the middle of, your classes because that was important to you and part of the experience. How were you guys able to make that decision?
Well, I mean, I think you can excel in academics and and have fun at the same time. And like when you figure out what that looks like for you, that is how you can actually execute on it. I think for me, like I always been like I'm an over preparer, right? Like I studied a lot. I also procrastinated a lot, and I'm telling you this, it doesn't change. Like I literally still procrastinate at work. But like you just find ways to make it work, right? Like okay, let's say we had a test on Monday for a class during our ride to Vancouver, right? Like if you really wanted to ace that test, you switch off driving and study while you're driving, like while you're in the passenger seat. Like I think there's always a way to make something work, and it really just like it all like is based on like what you value and like what you're willing to do.
How badly do you want it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And I feel like at that point we were pretty comfortable with like our schedules and our workload, like as students, that we were like, oh, okay, this is totally doable. We can definitely like do our homework before we leave, or like while we're there we stayed one night, I think, and then drove back the next day in Vancouver. Yeah. We like got an Airbnb in downtown Vancouver and then came back the next day. But it was super fun and totally worth it. I don't know if doing it in stick shift fiat is something I would do again, but
We just wanted to see if
definitely,
we could, and I think maybe that's the common theme of our entire time at SFC. Like, can we do this? And
Trying it.
you try to do it, cool. And if it doesn't happen, also cool, because we tried.
I think that willingness to fail is great also, to just give it a shot also.
Oh yeah. I mean, maybe I'm not allowed to like use this word in this panel, but like just being okay with being a dumbass is, I think, the best way to grow, especially in college. And everyone's interpretation of that word is different, but to me, it just means that, you're not afraid to be ignorant, right? Like it's okay to be ignorant. Like you admit things that you don't know, you figure out like what you want to know, and you have fun doing it. So yeah.
It looks like we're about time to Q&A, and we have a couple of questions lined up in the queue. So I guess I'm gonna start off with it now. Let's start off with Ash. What stage does Magic Fund invest at? I'm looking for early stage funding. Yeah, thoughts. And that's from Ash Uptree.
yeah. We invest, primarily from pre-seed, up to like kind of pre-series A. So really, I guess we prefer to, work with founders at the earliest stages of their company because, the fund is comprised of people who have founded companies of their own and currently are running their own companies. So, for us to be kind of able to provide value and help, those companies, we think that comes most in handy when you're at the pre-seed and seed stages. Because once you get to like Series A and B, the institutional investors, they're much better with kind of like data and supporting you with like more funding. So, that's kind of our sweet spot.
Do those companies have revenue or prototypes or customers yet?
It depends. There's definitely, there's some companies that we've invested in that have had no product, no revenue, no traction, no other investors. In most cases, we'll end up being the first investor, or like the second investor, like the first US investor, because we invest in a lot of companies around the world. So we're not just like specifically in the US or Europe, but we're also like investing heavily in Africa. Half the fund is committed to emerging markets. So there's, a big piece of that is Africa, Latin America, Southeast Asia, and India. And so in most instances, we're actually the first, Silicon Valley US based fund investing in that company.
So the company that has no revenues, no customers, no prototypes, what sells you on them?
It's the founder. We're always, just like LAN, we're always backing the founder before anything else, because at the early stages you have no data really, and even if you do have some data on the company, it's like so limited that you can't even really extrapolate and make decisions solely off of that. So it really comes down to the key thing being the founders and the team that they're building it with. So that's I'd say the most important part for us that we look at.
And what do you look for in that founder and team?
Oh, that's a good question. I think, there's, determination is a big piece, like being able to, know that this founder will continue going even, when times get tough and like the company is at like the brink of collapse or something, but they'll hustle and find a way to like make things work. So I'd say determination. And then I'd say probably, just generally probably someone that we would be able to get along with. Like I wouldn't say like we have a no asshole policy, but we definitely, prefer to work with people that we get along with, that we like to spend time with. And so that way we're more inclined to, want to help whenever something comes up. And so I think those are some of the traits, as well as, obviously having passion for the idea that they're pursuing.
And I think like on the flip side, right, I probably pitched to 200 firms over, my time working on the Swing Club. And I think during our first fundraise, we had 6 million in commitments. And I think the goal, especially as you like try to get your like first institutional anchor, aka like the multi-million-dollar checks into the fund or into the company, is having the perfect trifecta, basically, right? Like you've got the perfect team, you've got the perfect tailwinds. So like whatever your product is working on, like it like is that relevant to today? And like why now? Like if you have a product, like what's traction been, right? So like
Oh no, I think it's internet.
LAN.
That trifecta was very Y Combinator though, I do have to say.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think they ended up actually, I don't know if they went through Y Combinator. I think that was part of one of the articles that
Mm.
covered it. I think they ended up, they got accepted, got into the program, but didn't end up, needing really.
I was
think-
going to say they turned down Y Combinator.
I think that's what they did. But it looks like Lan is totally no, he's gone.
Frozen and gone. Oh, you are still here and can still
I
answer
am.
questions from the Q&A.
Sure, yeah, happy to.
This is from Everett Holland. It was actually addressed to both you and Lan. Did you at some point in time start to seek formal knowledge or experience related to what you wanted to accomplish, and how did you go about it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that so seeking formal knowledge.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's
Sorry about
kind
that.
of what. Oh, Lan's back. Where is
Yeah,
he? Oh,
my computer did an auto restart, so I had to switch over to the iPad.
I'll read the question out loud again
Yep.
from Everett Holland, and it's to both you and Matt. Did you at some point in time start to seek formal knowledge or experience related to what you wanted to accomplish, and how did you go about it?
I think for me, the way that I got about it was, I would say, being able to work, like a huge benefit of going to SF State is the fact that you are in the proximate, like you are really close to a lot of companies, right? A lot of early stage startups, a lot of later stage startups. And a lot of them are willing to take bets on people. And like all throughout college, I was able to either like have an internship at a tech company or like work a full-time job at a tech company. And it wasn't necessarily because I took it to like pay tuition or rent. It was because I knew I needed like that experience of like what a startup was like in order for me to eventually want to create my own company. So that's kind of the playbook that I did. Maybe it wasn't like a formal learning, but literally just jumping into like what company building is like by joining as an employee at the start.
And Matt, did you choose to seek out formal knowledge or experience at some point?
I mean, I think that for me, I was actually, doing some work with that professor I mentioned. During one of the school years, I was, doing some consulting work for Chris Haroon, and I think having that kind of proximity to learn from him, because he previously used to run a VC fund as like a partner, and so I got to learn, a lot from him just working with him on, his company, his new company, and so that helped for sure. And then in addition to that, I was running my fund with, people who had been angel investing and, building their own personal portfolios throughout their career. So I got to learn from them a whole lot. And obviously the LPs, who are the people who gave us money for the fund to be able to kind of invest, I get to learn from them as well, because these are people who are hyper successful, much more successful than myself, so I get to learn from them and like why they're investing in a fund, why they're interested in startups. And most of the time these are people who've also invested in some of the largest companies in the world. Like we have an LP who's one of the first investors. I think he was the first US investor in Baidu, which is like one of the largest Chinese tech companies. We have someone who's like one of the early investors of Tesla. So getting to learn from a lot of those people is definitely a part of it. So I always try to, leverage as many resources that I have access to, to kind of supplement that learning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Quickly jumping in is like learning by osmosis is amazing, right? So like all the different startups that I worked at full time during college, every CEO that I worked with were like first checks into my company when I actually started it, right? So you're really just you're learning from people that are like going through the gauntlet themselves and understand the pain points that you're doing, and you're doing it you're doing it by actually just doing it, right? So I wouldn't consider it like formal.
Yeah.
Like this is just life.
But you learn so much that way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. I have a special guest who would like to ask you guys a question. Hopefully he's now allowed to talk.
Can you guys hear me?
Hey, Professor.
Yeah.
Hey guys, good to see you both. Coming back to this to the entrepreneurship side of things here, and talking, giving back time to the university and then to your folks who are in the audience and sharing your experience. Thank you, Lan and Matt. I have a question for Lan. So Lan, I would imagine there are kids there are like you. They're not kids, but students in the audience who would kill to be at Y Combinator, right? So, I'm sure there's founders in here who would say, hey, that's a wonderful place to, go. After all, they made Uber and other companies out there, right? Make that happen. Why did you turn that down? Why did you not go there? What is it that you were looking for that they did not provide? So that's question A. And then question B, how does one get to, how do you get to Y Combinator? You were one of the teams here in the pitch competition. What is that path?
Yeah, definitely. I think our situation was a little unique in that before we got accepted into YC's summer 20 cohort, and our situation was unique in that my team had launched a product. It was gaining a lot of traction, and we had a lot of inbound interest from investors already. So by the time that we got accepted into Y Combinator, the big benefit of Y Combinator is like you get to spend a bunch of time with other entrepreneurs going through the same thing. And you also like get the benefit of the YC brand name at demo day, right? So ultimately to raise capital. And we actually had raised most of our like pre-seed round before getting accepted into YC, right? So like we initially, like I don't know if I'm allowed to share this, but like we initially raised $2 million at a $9 million post money valuation, and the math with what YC contributes is what I forgot. Like, I think they give you like 125K for 7% of a company. And at that point, we had already given out 15 to 20% of the company.
Okay.
So the math didn't work out for us. We also like had, the same kind of like ancillary network that YC gave from our past experiences working at startups. So combination of we already had the money that we needed and wanted to get from YC, and our networks overlapped with YC's network. So I think practically that's kind of how we got to our decision making there.
And what is the path to YC quickly?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that the YC application is actually a great exercise in just pitching to investors. What is helpful is if you meet other founders who have been in YC And I would say like get them to like build relationships with them so that they can flag your application internally. And all like as you kind of like submit your application, like every partner looks at it, and all you have to do is get the interview time slot. And once you actually have your interview time slot, you're put in a 10-minute gauntlet with 5 other YC partners. And you gotta, you get asked every question about your team and what you're trying to build. And then all you have to do is this, I don't know if this has changed, but all you have to do is get one partner to advocate for you, to say yes. And they'll, let you know either at the end of the day or the day after. So this goes back to like build relationships so that like you can, get your application pushed to the top of the list is a good way to do it tactically.
You need someone inside essentially, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I would say, but you still gotta have good content to share once you're actually.
Yeah. But, thank you guys. Thank you, Lynn, also for that. I think that's helpful to a lot of folks out in the audience.
All right.
Thank you both, Lan, Matt. You guys have been absolutely amazing. And I think having you here is so inspiring for all the students across San Francisco State, because it gives them an idea of just what it takes and how to prioritize their time at state to really make it work and make their entrepreneurial dreams happen. We hope to have you back more often, both of you guys, and have you more involved in the entrepreneurship program here.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you. Looking forward to future opportunities to collaborate and help out with anything that comes up.
Yay! Great, thank you so much. And for the rest of the audience, we have about a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 11:15 with our next session, breaking into the Old Boys Club and propping the door open with Dr. Chris Wachira.
Welcome back, everyone. Our program will begin shortly.
Hi, welcome back. So I am actually super excited about our second session of the day. This woman is absolutely amazing, and I'm thrilled that she is able to join us. Actually, from out of the state right now, so she's making her way long distance to us. Dr. Chris Wachira was born and raised in Kenya, and that offered her a uniquely global perspective on leadership. She's passionate about minority equity and access, and uses her diversity of knowledge and experience to take a disruptive approach to industries by creating pipelines for minorities. She founded the Wachira Group, which is comprised of Wachira Wines, Caribou Wine Lounge, and Soko Distributors. The Wachira Group is passionate about equitable access to resources and markets, as well as sustainable agribusiness to protect our shared planet. Dr. Wachira's focus in the beverage industry is on generating opportunities for minorities to enter the industry or gain market share for their products. In addition to founding the Wachira Group, Dr. Chris Wachira is a fellow for the Stanford Center of Innovation in Global Health and is the founder and executive director of the Institute for Clinical Excellence in Africa, a not-for-profit dedicated to improving healthcare delivery. She's a San Francisco State nursing grad from 2006, got her master's of public administration in 2011, and also her doctorate of nursing practice from USF. Please welcome Dr. Chris Wachira.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm so excited.
Thank you for having me.
So rarely do you come across a person who is capable of so many things across so many diverse areas that it's frankly mind-boggling. Wine on one side, so speaking to my heart right there, but also reaching out and putting a hand out to pull up the next generation of folks who don't have access. I love that story. Can you tell me a little bit more about how you started off in nursing and then helping minority-owned like wineries and spirits purveyors?
To be honest with you, I think, first of all, thank you. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for inviting me to this forum and this platform. So for me, the connecting thread, right, is equity and access, period. And I have a love of science. I was born and raised by nurses. I share that. I have a lot of physicians and nurses in my family. And I had a curiosity just from my upbringing, right? And that's what led me into pursuing healthcare and nursing. And that's what also led me into the industry that I'm currently in, the beverage industry. And I say the beverage industry because while I am a winemaker in this industry, I dibble and double in connecting folks that craft beer and folks that craft spirits, and bringing them into the industry as well, especially minorities, folks that walk in this world or on this planet looking and presenting like I do. So for me, it's just that unique connecting thread of equity and access. It's everything, and it carries through healthcare, my focus in clinical outcomes, and trying to make sure that everybody out there has access to equitable, high quality healthcare that leads to the most optimal outcomes for them and their loved ones, as well as in the industry that I'm currently in, the beverage industry, is making sure that we as minorities have access to resources, information, and pathways into this industry that allows us to thrive and build companies in the industries as minorities.
Did you know going into the beverage industry that that this minority and access mission was going to be a part of it, or you just ran into roadblocks and you're like,
I did. Mm-hmm. I absolutely did. And for me, I think too, having that sort of that foundational drive of just building or building up to equity and access coming into the industry. So winemaking happened to me. I didn't choose it. It sort of happened to me. I had that curiosity from the science background. So I had a curiosity of how different, say, grapes from different sides of the hill could present and in such different varietals, right? Like, and also having that winemaker aspect of it going into winemaking. So you can have a Cabernet from Washira Wines present completely differently from a Cabernet from Mondavi, right? And it's because our styles of crafting and also the side of the hill that our grapes come from, right? But it's the same grape varietal, right? So that curiosity of how that happens is what got me in there. And then I had sort of the selfish notion of wanting to craft wines that I could pair with my mother's cooking. I'm Kenyan American. My mother is of Kenyan heritage, origin. And so the foods that we cook at home were very flavorful. And a lot of the wines that I brought home would end up like overpowering or underwhelming the food. So I wanted to craft wines that would complement our cuisine, our Kenyan cuisine. So selfishly, those two things led me into winemaking. The rest of it, the other companies that I've created since then have been purely need-based. So when I came into the industry as an immigrant Black woman and recognizing all the barriers and hurdles that I came across as those, just because of those three different things about me, forced me or just pushed me to create these other avenues. Founded the distribution company that would then distribute minority makers. And then I decided to scale as I spoke and navigated in the industry and met others like myself, who are either women or folks who are immigrants or folks of color, that have created these amazingly unique brands, but cannot get them to market. Yeah. Basically because a lot of us end up being small producers. Yeah. And so we were not producing large enough quantities to be interesting to the large scale distributors. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna create a distribution company and I'm gonna solely focus on these underrepresented makers who are missing from the industry and create that diversity, introduce that diversity of product into the industry that I feel like folks would really appreciate because we have so many different palettes.
Yeah, I want to dig a little bit deeper into that distribution roadblock. So a lot of people in our audience might not know how alcohol distribution works in the U.S., let alone specifically in California or so. But can you talk a little bit more about you made this fabulous series of wines that pairs really well with certain cuisines and types of foods and flavors. You take it to a store and you want to sell it, and then what do they say, or what does the distributor say?
So in California, because my winery is based out of California, if I want to sell to bars, restaurants, and shops in California, I have access to those. But see, for example, I want to sell my wines in New York to a restaurant or a bar, wine bar in New York. I needed to have a distributor to get my product into those places.
Federal law. And every state is so uniquely different. So there's the federal law, but there's also the state laws, and they're so uniquely different. And so you have, first of all, you have to understand that. And those are the two different things. When I talk to folks about winemaking as an industry, there's the actual winemaking, and then there's the business of winemaking. And that is where the law, the legalities, the licensing, and all that good stuff comes in. But distribution can be a key hindrance in getting your product to market. So if you want to sell in your local community and you produce in that local community, you'll probably thrive in your local community. But if you want to scale and go on a national sale level, then you have to work with a distributor. And unfortunately, when you're a small scale producer, when you don't produce in large enough quantities to where the large name brand distributors will be interested in you, or pre-social movement, because now we do have a little bit of that, of an in into that large scale distributors, just because there's this movement that happened after 2020. And suddenly, minority owned brands are of interest to folks because there's a checkbox that people need to make. If they're not interested in you, then you'll very likely not break into those sort of national markets. And that's the challenge of distribution. So having a platform that allows folks to get in there helps. So beforehand, when you were approaching distributors, were they tasting the wine and saying, we love this, but we need 500 cases at a time or something?
Exactly. Yeah. And that's what they would do. And then what that does, it prevents you from scaling, because even at 500 cases, I'm able to sell to one or two or three different shops in different states, but they would not be interested in you unless you produce the tens of thousands of cases, and you can get into much larger scale outlets, retail outlets.
Yeah, because you go to Costco.
Not
and they're
everybody
like,
wants
I want 10,000 cases, and you're like,
right,
where am
exactly.
I going to get the capital for that?
Exactly. And that's the unfortunate thing too, as if you think about it, as minority companies, minority owned companies, we are already financially under-resourced, and we don't have the networks, the old boys club networks that allows us to, to grow and scale. So you're already coming into the industry at a disadvantage, and then the doorkeepers don't let you in because you're not producing enough. So it's a catch-22 and you're stuck.
And I was going to ask about that, because this, like, the wine industry is just one of those industries where you have to tap into a network to be able to source the grapes that you want, to be able to get the crush time at the facilities that you want, and then, to bottle and label. How did you break into those very cloistered, very white communities?
So I started small. Right. So I had relationships and friendships with families that have been crafting wine for generations. And a lot of them are local: Napa, Sonoma, Paso Robles, Lodi. So they invited me into their back rooms, what I call the kitchen, where the wine's actually crafted and blended and barreled. And that's how I learned the intricacies of winemaking, as well as the business of wine. And then you leverage those relationships, right? So you have your local relationships, and somebody who has a winery in Sonoma, or a family that has been making wines forever in Napa, knows somebody else in Oregon who's been doing the same thing, and knows somebody else in Washington that has been doing the same thing. So I leveraged those local relationships to build a community of winemakers across the country.
Yeah. How long did it take to build up those relationships?
Well, local relationships, I want to say I started going to wine country when I was in college, right, in nursing school, and I graduated nursing school in 2006. So that's it's quite a period of time.
It's a lot of wine.
Right? It's a lot of, and you have to lay the foundation. You have to build trust. You have to build relationships, right? And then you start leveraging those, and then folks feel comfortable introducing you to other friends, and it grows from there. It kind of grows organically, but you do have to foundationally build the trust in the initial relationships.
So you did this, you started pursuing this passion while you were getting your undergrad nursing degree.
I started pursuing my interest in wine when I was taking my undergrad degree. Yes, I did not decide to do it, to actually start crafting a wine until, I want to say, 2015.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was quite a period of time.
Yeah. So this issue came up with the founders from our previous session, because it seemed like they must have had like 40, 50 hours a day. And it sounds like you have 40 or 50 hours a day too, because you're full-time, nursing student, and you're on the side nursing this, pardon the pun, passion for wine, and really digging into it also. Like, how did you strike that balance?
And I don't know that it's so much a balance as it is knowing what you want, right? We have 24 hours in a day. I share that. It's up to each of us how you operationalize those 24 hours. I knew what I wanted. I had a goal, I had a focus, and the same way you pursue your degree, right? You know what you want, your degree is what you ultimately want. You know how many units you have to take every semester to get to that degree. So it's just mapping that path and staying focused and staying driven.
Do you remember how many units you took on average a semester?
I always max them out.
You always max them out.
Yes.
Right? That's what I'm trying to tell our students, right?
Yeah, I always max them out. I think it took me 3 years to complete the BSN.
Wow.
So max them out.
That is impressive.
I had a daughter too. I was raising a daughter. So I had to get it done and get in the workforce and support my child. So yeah.
Oh man, that is actually seriously impressive now. And then after graduation, my gosh, you start a winery, and then you essentially start an entire like wine supply chain, right? Like distributor, retail outlet and space, and supplier essentially as the winemaking side, and then you continue on with your nursing practice and really take it to the next level at Stanford Healthcare, and then to top it all off, you're like, no, I think I'm going to start a not-for-profit in Africa too, and provide better access to healthcare in Africa. How are you prioritizing, and how are you pushing all of these things forward?
I surround myself with really solid people. Again, there's always this phrase that's thrown around about your net worth. Your network is your net worth, and you are the sum total of the 5 closest people you have in your life. So I surround myself with folks that keep me keep my integrity on point, that keep me focused, that keep me driven, that hold me accountable to my goals and my dreams, right? And I call them my personal, not only supportive system, but it's my own sort of personal board, right? Board of directors. Corporations always have this board of directors and stuff. It's my personal advisory board, and they keep me focused and true to my goals. So I am a very goal-driven person, and when I set my mind to something, I want to execute on it. And again, I ascribe this to the way I was brought up. My mother's laid the foundation of caring about others, and once I walk through a door, it's not enough that I have walked through. It's important for me to be able to reach back and make sure that those that are coming behind me or that are interested in coming through the same door have access to get through that door. I pursued my healthcare career all the way to my doctoral level because I was always curious about the next thing. I pursued a graduate degree in public policy because I wanted to know how healthcare policies, how they were made, how they were crafted, how those decisions were made. Because again, ultimately, they would impact what I was doing at bedside. And some of the things you do at bedside, I'd question them. And I wanted to know what was the decisioning behind what I was implementing at bedside. And then when I was done with that, I wanted to know how do you manage and lead healthcare systems? And that's why I went for my doctorate degree. And once that was done, and I was starting off in this industry, in the wine industry, so I could have very easily crafted a wine, be profitable, and settle down and watching a sunset with a glass of wine in hand. But I got in the industry and realized Black winemakers, African-American winemakers are 0.1% of a $5 billion industry. And that just didn't sit right with me. And then I started recognizing what the issues were, the gaps that were in the industry that prevented us from being able to be profitable and successful in the industry. And I have an improvement science background, which was my clinical focus at Stanford. And that allows me to look at systems and processes and identify gaps in them and be able to create real life solutions that would impact or mitigate those gaps. And that's what I started doing in the industry. And unfortunately, mitigating gaps in the wine industry or in the beverage industry results in companies, right? So that's ended up being a serial entrepreneur.
I find that amazing and super consistent also. Like, man, you are goal driven, because this continual curiosity to dig into, well, why is my job that way? Let me figure out why, and then process improve. Like, oh, he's still my heart, like process of continual improvement as an ops manager person, to optimize, find the flaws of that system, optimize it, and to have that level of passion, to care so much about fixing a system that's broken, to the point where you're opening up multiple companies and then pursuing, graduate degrees to dig deeper to find out what's wrong with the world today. That is more perseverance and curiosity than I have run into in a very long time. So kudos to you. I don't even know what to say to that.
Thank you.
But so where to now with your next ventures? You have so many irons in the fire.
Right. So what I'm trying to do right now is we just launched an incubator program, which is both, it helps, it's an incubator and it's an accelerator. And it helps folks that want to come into the industry. There's so many different avenues that you can come in the industry. We don't all have to produce wine. You can come in and get as a sommelier, learn the language and the art of wine. You can come in as a winemaker if you want. We can introduce you to wine growers if you want to go into vintnering. But there's also the accelerator. If you have a company that's already producing like a small batch, whatever, it's wine, beer, or liquor, then we have created partnerships that help with marketing and branding, because what we find is we have these small companies that are thriving in their niche communities, right? But they want to scale to a different state, which is a totally different market. So you may need to rebrand yourself to enter that new market and to be able to target that market and be successful in it. So we're doing that as well. So for me, this is the ultimate reach back and pull somebody forward. Yeah, so a lot of folks don't know, they don't even know what they don't know about the industry. So they don't even know where to start,
They just know it's scary and complicated.
And you know what, when you don't know anything about something, it seems so out there. It seems so out of reach. And for me, I was born and raised in Kenya, in central Kenya, in the highlands. We grow tea and coffee. We don't grow grapes. We don't have vineyards. We don't have vines, right? So it was intimidating, was scary, was this thing that was only available and affordable and doable for others. It was never something that you could see yourself doing, until I was curious enough to be like, hey, show me your kitchen. Let me see how you make this wine. Let me see the back rooms. Teach me how to create a business in this industry. So I'm offering others who are curious enough that opportunity to learn. Teach one.
What advice would you give to the person who they're looking at going into this industry and they're like, it's scary, but I have this safe job here, I don't know if it's worthwhile for me to try to carve out that extra 30, 40 hours a week to try it, because that is very scary. I don't know if I have the money. I don't know if I could hire a lawyer to even help me with the paperwork to do all of this.
I say do it anyway. Embrace the fear, lean into the fear. Let that fear be your motivator, right? And identify what is it that you're afraid of. Are you afraid you're not going to be accepted? Are you afraid you're going to fail? What does failure look like, right? A lot of folks are afraid they're going to fail. And I'm like, what does failure look like? For me, have I failed? I'm sure by other folks' classifications I have, but I don't classify it as failure. I classify it as lessons. I have learned and I'm better for it. So do it anyway.
That's amazing. And what would you recommend to students these days when they're looking out in the world and they're trying to build out their network and their community, their personal advisory board, to help them make good decisions about where to go with either a job or entrepreneurship?
The first thing I would strongly suggest is be true to who you are. Know who you are, because we're so uniquely and beautifully us. There is nobody out there that's me, that presents, walks, thinks, and does what I do the way I do it, right? So learn who you are, embrace who you are, and find out what you're passionate about. Embrace what your passion is. And your passion will be driven and folded and molded by who you uniquely are. Right? It cannot be anybody else's. And the beauty about recognizing who you are and what you bring is that nobody else can water that down. Yeah. Nobody else can discount that, because if you know who you are and you believe in who you are, nobody else can tell you otherwise, because you know. Right? So that is the first thing. And then that's what you present. When you meet people and you meet them at who you are, at where you are, they will receive that. And you will find those that are drawn to you will be folks that recognize who you are, that can connect with who you are. And those will be your authentic advisory board, and they will help you grow.
How did you filter and know which people to keep on your personal advisory board?
Trial and error. I've learned it as I've grown over the years. To be honest with you, I have a really close group of friends. A lot of them I've known since I was 13 years old. And I shared that we knew each other before either of us were quote unquote relevant, right? They're all sort of leaders in their own industries. And it's interesting because we knew each other when we were so young. We didn't know what we were going to be. And we all sort of ended up being, leaders in different industries. But I feel that at your most honest, you know who your people are. And they know who you are. So, and also when you cannot if you find yourself at a crossroad where you cannot pull somebody into your circle that is close to you, that has known you for a while, don't be afraid to pay for that, right? Don't be afraid to pay for a coach, somebody that can help see things differently. Right?
Do you have suggestions on how they can filter and find that?
It's depending on what you want to get out of yourself. So it could be a life coach. It could be somebody to help map out, and a lot of your students. So it's somebody who can help you map out the trajectory of your career. Right, so a career coach would be helpful. If you're starting off in college, it's a guidance counselor or somebody to help you figure out what coursework or courses you should take, depending on what your goal is. Right, so it's at different aspects of your life or your career, you'll find that those people who are able to guide you on the next step. So depending on where you are in your career. So if you're just starting off in college, a guidance counselor would be great, a course. I forget what they call them in college.
Advisor.
Career advisor. There you go. Career advisor. Somebody to help you map out what courses you should take. But you gotta have a goal. You gotta have a true north where you're headed. And
I like how you described that. It's kind of an ongoing process also, that you're always filtering and finding. And if you're figuring out who should be on your personal advisory board, you kind of need a constant influx of people that you're running into. And so
because you're growing, you're also growing as you learn, as you experience life and you experience your career, you're also growing and changing. So those two should ebb and flow. So if you have your 5 closest friends and you're in 2022 and they're sort of in 19 whatever, or 2001 or 2003, you may need to change those out, right? Because they served you at a 2005 level, right? At 2022, you need to start folding other people in. So you have to be constantly learning and growing and just repurposing yourself.
And going out there and meeting people and expanding, that circle of folks.
Yeah.
Man. Okay, it looks like we're about at time for Q&A. For the audience. So if you have a question, go ahead and put it in the chat or the Q&A window. So we have a question from Everett Holland, 2 questions. Do you have a particular method that you use for time management, especially while pursuing your degree, and then your passion for winemaking?
Oh, this particular system. I don't know that I do. I just use a good old calendar. And I have a checkbox system. So I create lists. I'm a list creator, and I have tasks. I create tasks. I have check boxes. That's about it. And I check them as I go. I do that to this day.
Do you have a firm cutoff of like when work is done, I'm out? Family.
I'm working on that.
I'm working on that. And he has a second question. What is your driving force?
My passion for others, and my passion for an equitable, accessible world. Like I love to have. I would love a world where we can all, and I know it sounds very utopianistic, but it's a world where we have access to what is available for everybody. right? And there's so much struggle that I think is unnecessary. And unfortunately, I have that in me that makes me, every time I encounter a system or a process that I think could be a little more optimal in allowing access, equitable access, I feel inclined to do something about it. I don't like exclusionary systems or processes. I really don't. I'm a strong believer in equity.
You know,
That's
I'm gonna use this as a chance to go back. I just remembered something that I did want to ask you. When you were talking about how it's a little bit more open with wine distributors, you know, now that we're in the 2020s and they want more diversity and inclusion in the brands that they represent. You mentioned that it felt like a checkbox that they wanted to check off. And that's why they're including you. Does that bother you?
You know what? It did for a minute. It did for a minute, because what is truly important is, and I think a lot of folks and a lot of corporations miss this point. It's not so much that I need you to add me to your portfolio. I want to know that you see me.
Yeah.
That you see the value that I add, right? That my company, that my products add to your portfolio. And I think that's what bothers me more than anything else, is the fact that and you can tell when it's more of a checkbox type of relationship, you can tell, because there's no depth. It's very surface. And I think that's what bothers me more than anything else. But I'm able to do something about it. I'm able to create something that has folks feel seen, that has folks feel represented, that I understand the nuance of being unseen and being underrepresented. And so then that's what makes our distribution company successful.
Now, one of the pieces of what this symposium theme is about is trying to get it so that everybody knows how to pay it forward correctly to the next generations. Do you have any suggestions on how, the San Francisco State community could be more authentic in the way that we extend the hand out, so it doesn't feel like a checkbox and it doesn't feel like, we're just going through the motions?
Mm-hmm. So there is this phrase that is used about when you talk about folding people in, is, you got to meet them where they are, and you got to see what is important to them. And I think that ends up being very surface, because meeting people where they are or learning more about them is actually action. It's a verb. It should be a series of verbs. What are you doing about it? So if you want to pay it forward, find out from those that are feeling left out. Find out what it is they're feeling. Find out how they're experiencing the underrepresentation. Find out where the disconnection is. Ask them, talk to them. Don't tell them. Talk to them. Find out from them what is missing, what is lacking. Only then can you truly include them. Can you truly fold them in?
This really gets back to the process management part, which is you want to find out what the cause is. Exactly. And not just put a surface Band-Aid on it.
Exactly.
Like that. I'm going to go back to the audience questions now. What is the most rewarding thing about your career? Can you talk about the best and the worst aspects of it? And how did you overcome some of the challenges you faced as a minority business owner?
Okay, wow, that's a series of
there's a lot.
It'll be a 1-hour conversation in of itself. I think the most rewarding thing about my career in healthcare is the difference that I've been able to make. both in individuals and in organizations. And especially like through my nonprofit, the work that we were able to do in Kenya. Pre-pandemic, post-pandemic is a totally different world. But pre-pandemic, being able to create, for example, quality departments in healthcare organizations that did not have them, that will allow them to improve their clinical outcomes. That in itself impacts generations, right? Because it's not just about the organization, it's not about the individual provider, it's about the patients and the patients that follow those patients that are able to enjoy a much better, much more improved system. And being able to teach those providers to teach others that are coming after them. So that in healthcare for me was amazing. In the beverage industry is the opportunities that we've been able to create for folks, right? And also, it's in the folks that we've allowed to see themselves in the industry, the dreams we've been able to validate. For those that are seeing me sitting in this position, speaking to folks about this industry and being able to thrive in this industry and sharing that it's doable. It's just being that one person that allows you to see yourself. For me, that is the most fulfilling thing.
I would imagine it's pretty fulfilling to be inspiring to people.
It is the most fulfilling thing.
Yeah.
It really is. Yeah.
We have a question from Darlene Frank. How do you keep your peace when life interrupts your flow?
I have a glass of wine.
Which variety?
So my current favorite right now is I craft sparkling wine, and I like to add a little bit of my Cabernet Sauvignon. So it creates sort of like a sparkling rosé. Mm-hmm. And for me, that is right now, that's my go-to. But I think I find my peace in the people that I love, in the people that are close to me, in my daughter, in my husband, in my family and friends, my team. I have the most hardworking, the most incredible team. It really, truly is. Because I have a team that doesn't do it for the paycheck. They do it because they believe in it. And that for me is everything. Because I feel the passion. I see when they show up to work every day. It's very, very rewarding. It's my happy place. It truly is.
Yeah, I think that's a sign of really good leadership, is that the leader feeds off of the happiness of the people who are following along in the same mission, and to have been able to inspire people to be along with that mission.
It's important to me, everything.
We have a question from Ravi Sethi. I'm interested in making my own wine. Where do you recommend I start? How does someone join your team in bringing in new ideas to the market, wine related?
Okay, come talk to me. Let's sit down and talk. We can map it out. Yeah. I have a tasting room. It's in downtown Alameda. Come visit me. Let's talk. They'll share my contact information. I respond to my emails personally. I really do. We'll talk. Let's just have a conversation. That's where it starts.
Yay. And we have a comment from Edgar Michua. Thank you, Dr. Wachira. Great insight on ways to search north. As a quote, if you got it right, inspirational and motivating. So yeah, there you go. And Ravi says that he's gonna reach out. So that's fantastic. Yeah. And I think that's it that we have for the questions. Any last calls for questions? I do want to say, I haven't been to the tasting room. I will be going to the tasting room. It also looked like a great community building space. So for me, it was like, it was built not really to taste and promote the wine, but really to build a community.
It really is. And it's a platform, it's a community platform. It really, truly is. So the tasting room features Wachira Wines as our house wine, but it also features other minority-owned wine brands. because my goal is to be able to showcase the true value of diversity in the industry. So when you come there, well, then very soon, starting May 1st, we're going to be able to serve beers as well. So we're going to be serving minority crafted beers, wines and beers. And and I have a whole host of programming. I have rotating up and coming chefs every other Wednesday. So again, it allows them a platform to showcase their talent. I have art that is painted, produced by minority women, folks of color in the Bay Area. We have walls that you can showcase your art in. We have, you can have an opening day, an opening session for your art. I have musicians that come through there. I have a financial literacy program once a month, every month, because again, you cannot build wealth in a community that does not understand finance. So for me, my goal is to utilize this platform to honestly, to reach back and build my community to have equity and access to information that we've not had access to, that has kept us from being able to thrive. It's really hard to pull yourself by the bootstraps. One, if you don't have a pair of boots, and two, if you don't have straps in those boots. So my goal is to create a platform that allows you access to boots and straps so you can pull yourself up.
How did you identify like these gaps, these pitfalls?
I listen.
Yeah.
I listen. I talk. I walk and I talk, and I again, when I'm in community talking and feeling from people and recognizing the gaps, I'm unable to walk away and not do anything about it. So if I can do something about it, I will.
Man, it just blows my mind that this is the way it's supposed to work. This is the way that, I don't know what to say, but like politicians and leaders should be doing it, is literally listening to what is happening on the line level and figuring out the causes and implementing solutions to those causes instead of Band-Aid solutions on the top. We have one last question from Everett Holland. Are you satisfied that the time and effort that you invested has provided the dividends comparable to that investment? And I don't know if he's talking specifically about business, but probably in life also.
I am. And again, because I'm constantly, because I'm listening and I'm learning and I'm getting feedback from my community that I navigate through. I'm constantly growing. So yes, as I've invested and I'm comfortable. I'm happy with the progress and my dividends from the investment thus far, but I'm also looking for new investment opportunities. And those are the gaps that I recognize in community. So I am very comfortable and I'm happy, I'm satisfied. Yeah.
Man, just the energy and the creativity and the passion that like is coming out of you. I'm just like, we need to find ways to work more with you and your programming. And I can already think of a billion ways.
So let's keep the conversations going.
So great. Any other last questions other than that? I don't want to take up too much of your time, Dr. Ruchira. You have been amazing.
Thank you. Thank you, Sybil.
Yeah, and overwhelmingly, the chat is like going crazy with thank you.
But thank you all so much, and best of luck. Good luck to all of you. And I hope to see you all at the tasting room sometime. All right. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you.
All right. Bye.
Okay. And at this point, let's go ahead and take a break. We will start with lunch at 12 o'clock, and then we will come back with our third session of the day, From Founder to Mentor, which starts at 12:30.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Entrepreneurship Symposium. Our next session will begin shortly.
Hello, welcome back, everybody. I want to start off with session number 3 from Founder to Mentor, Insights to Mentorship for Entrepreneurs. So everybody wants to open a restaurant. The essence of hospitality, comfort and familiarity of food, and the dream of community draws tens of thousands of entrepreneurs every single year. Evan Cadera, co-founder of Senior Sisig, a concept that has grown from a single food truck to a multi-unit fast casual staple of the Bay Area, is with us here today. Now Evan's paying it forward as a mentor to Toriano Gordon at Vegan Mob. Let's start off our conversation with a brief introduction of each one of these founders. So Evan Cadera grew up in San Francisco, and as he got older, he helped out his dad's sushi restaurant, but wasn't just interested in learning on how to make rainbow rolls. He was interested in the entire process and wanted to know more about the business of running a restaurant. By 2007, he started to wonder why San Francisco didn't really have a thriving street food scene. And by 2009, when social media was taking off, he was wondering, we could probably do something with this. And by 2010, he started his first food truck, the very start of this food truck craze inside the Bay Area. Evan double majored in Asian American Studies and Business Administration at San Francisco State, where he later returned to get his MBA. Toriano Gordon is the founder of Vegan Mob. The mission of Vegan Mob is to provide nutritious and healthy food with plant-based ingredients. Their passion is to help surrounding communities by empowering them with food they love and enjoy while also supporting a healthy lifestyle. Toriano Gordon is a dedicated father and husband from San Francisco's Fillmore district. After dedicating a decade of his life to helping at-risk and formerly incarcerated youth in the San Francisco Bay Area, he decided to pursue his lifelong passion of cooking. Toriano experienced a huge shift in his health and well-being after adopting a plant-based diet, and he now feels compelled to share this with others. His menu is comprised of traditionally family soul food recipes and barbecue fusion. Please welcome Evan Cadera and Toriano Gordon. Yay.
Hello, hello. Hi,
Hello. It's great to see you here. Both of you guys. Oh my God, I'm so excited. I went to Off the Grid at Fort Mason this past weekend and went to both of you guys' trucks.
Awesome.
It was hot. It was happening there. And I was glad to finally be able to taste Toriano, your food.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
I drive past your brick and mortar location by Lakeshore and Grand over there constantly. And I'm just like, that green sign is super catchy.
Thank you. Thank you.
But we wanted to bring you guys on here today because not only are you guys successful restaurateurs at this point, but you guys have kind of cultivated a unique relationship where, Evan, you kind of were on the forefront of the food truck scene, and you reached a hand out to Toriano when he was building up his concept, and it kind of turned into a mentor-mentee relationship.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I've known Toriano since we've been, really young kids. And so, the relationship started many, many moons ago, but it was until, it's been about 3 years now, right, Toriano, that one day, I mean, we started kind of to hang out a little bit more, and he would bring over he told me he was vegan, bring over, some gumbo for me to taste. And, what do you think? It was just kind of on that level. He was driving Uber at the time. And, I was like, wow, this is really, really good, and so it was like super surprising to me. And I was like, I think you got something here. And, I think that was kind of like the light bulb moment where, I told, Toriano, how good his gumbo was. And he was like, really? Okay. Like, it gave him the confidence, I think, to start thinking a little bit bigger than just that little 1 cup of gumbo, for Evan, let's give gumbo to everybody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so when Evan gave you this feedback about the food, were you just like, okay, restaurant?
I mean, I was ready. It was food truck first, what I wanted to do. I wanted to do restaurant and I wanted to do food truck. And then I told him I wanted to talk, and he knew exactly what I wanted to talk about. He was like, I already knew it. He's already knew it. He told me, he was like, he took that gumbo home, and he said his lady got mad at him because he didn't order enough. And he said, nah, Toriano brought this over. And they were like, oh, damn. And so then, I got pumped up, and I was like, that was it. Like, we talked, and then I was like, and then I would talk to him like weekly. Like
Did
it would
you,
be
did
take
you know
notes.
what you were getting into when you first struck up that conversation with Evan about like a food truck?
Not fully, not fully. I knew what I wanted,
Yeah.
but I didn't think that it was gonna take off like I like it did. Put it that way. Like I knew it was special, but I just didn't see it like happening that fast.
So in you guys' first conversation, like when did the whole, well, you got to get a license and probably have to get lawyers, incorporate, like all of that back office business stuff, like when did that come up, and did that seem intimidating, or how did that feel?
Right away. He told, like I sat down with my notebook. He told me all this stuff. It seemed like a lot, but I just was so excited that I was like, okay, let's go. You know, okay. And the restaurant wasn't first. Evan actually was going to get the restaurant and told me that he would think it would be a good idea that I take the restaurant. And so I was in the kitchen cooking at a where was I cooking? At
I think it was Eclectic Kitchen. It was
Eclectic Kitchen.
a shared kitchen, you know, kind of commissary where you get started, because that's where I pointed them, because that's where we started. You know, something that's really affordable to be able to kind of run your mobile business.
Right.
So I think that's where you were cooking at the time.
Was that to get your kind of commercial cooking bearings? And
yeah, I was doing farmers market. And so that's what I was doing the Eclectic Kitchen thing for, and doing like, you know, caterings here and there. And yeah, he called me, it was like 7 a.m. and it was like Sunday, and I didn't even think he was up. He was like, "What you doing?" I was like, "What you doing?" And he was like, and then he just broke it. And I was like, wow, because literally like 2 weeks before he called me, I don't even know if it was that long, that in my head, I was like, I wish I had a restaurant. But I let the thought fly by, and I was like, well, you know, I'm doing this. I'm gonna get the food truck that he was gonna sell me, and I was like, you know, I'm thankful that I got going on what I have going on now. So I didn't think it would even happen like that fast.
It was 2 weeks between like when you gave Evan a cup of gumbo and you were like,
no.
Farmers markets, I'm gonna start cooking and serving there.
No. That cup of gumbo, we probably had something pop up maybe like 2 months later, maybe a month or 2 months later. I gave out free gumbo.
Yeah, he went outside on the corner next to a Safeway near my house. We were actually kind of in the same neighborhood at the time, and you know, him, his wife, and his daughter bring a cooler out and was just handing out gumbo, and kind of starting his social presence, his neighborhood kind of community presence, and it was just kind of a way to kind of get, you know, to the next level of saying, you know, I can cook one pot of gumbo for my family, but can I cook enough for maybe 40 people, 50 people? And then so I remember he started to kind of do events. You know, people started reaching out to him that, you know, could see him on social media that he knew. Oh, I got a birthday party. Come to my birthday party and, you know, do stuff here. And then it evolved until he had a tent. And he started doing events with tents, you know, in the city, a lot, you know, there were other, you know, fairs that were going on. And so I think that process from the first cup of gumbo to the time that I found the restaurant that he's in now, it had to be at least, I don't know, 7-8 months.
Okay.
You know, in between. But he was really, I mean, you know, to rewind a little bit, just, you know, as far as just kind of getting to that point, you know, I've known Toriano, like I said, since we were young, and we both were young. We were friends, but we also did music. And I think music's where, you know, Toriano at a very young age was very successful. And, you know, I don't know how old you are now, but I think you're maybe 2-3 years older than I. But, you know, we all looked up to Toriano at that time when we were, you know, young teenagers. And, but he would always be there for us, you know, and like he was always an individual that would mentor us as the younger individuals in the music scene. And you know, that was something that I never forgot. And I think, you know, throughout as we've grown and we've gone through different, you know, growth paths in our lives, you know, we've had ups and downs, and I've seen those, but I was, you know, I've kind of seen where Toriano has been, and it was just important, I think, to be able to lend him a hand. And so when he bring that gumbo, I said, look, man, like you got something here. If you need support, I'm here for you. And you know, Toriano, I don't give my hand out like that to everybody. You know, and so I've given out to some people that I feel is worthwhile, and most people don't normally do anything with that. But Toriano called me the next day. Hey, can I set up a meeting with you next week? Okay, all right, let's go. And so we met at a coffee shop. He had his notepad, like he said, and was just taking notes, asking questions. And we did that maybe 3-4 times. And then, you know, things started to kind of change. Like I said, he bought a tent and started kind of growing his business and his brand. But that was based on, you know, a lot of, you know, he aims high, right? So he wants to go to the top right away. But I was like, look, you can start off here, you know, because financially, like, you know, where are we going to get all the capital with we haven't shown anything. We haven't shown any proof of concept or anything. And so why don't we start here? You know, we can start off with a few $1,000s, and here's some other resources to go get some capital, you know, for people of color, and you know, that are low interest. Nonprofits are giving these out. And so we started to connect these dots, and you know, to Toriano's credit, he took this advice and applied it. And you know, a lot of the times, you know, like I said, I can lend my time, but I'm not going to apply it for you. You know, and I think that's the difference here within this mentorship, is that, you know, the advice, and I've never taken a penny from Toriano for any of this, right? Because that's not my motivation here. It's to see somebody else succeed. I told you from the start, Toriano, like, I have these resources, I'm willing to share these for free. And you know, my time, you know, within reason, right? But within reason, I'm willing to give you some time. And so he's taken that and grown to where he's at right now. And it's something, you know, that I look at, and I'm very proud of where he's at.
Yeah, I love that you bring up that you have, well, number one, you selectively offer your mentorship to people that you think, you know, will take the ball and run with it. And then even after that, very few people actually take that hand up afterwards. So Toriano, like, what burned inside of you that you were like, yeah, this is the chance that I want to jump for?
I just was super excited. And I do a lot of, you know, I do a lot of reading of the law of attraction, and it tells you, like, go move, like, go, like, you know, when you're ready, when you feel it, go. And so I just went, and I remember him, Evan, when we sat down, he actually told me, he said, go. Like, he did some, like, and I felt that, and I actually just went. Like, I never stopped.
Were
like,
you scared
like, okay,
that
go,
you were
let's
just
go.
gonna
Like,
fail?
asked if I could just run straight to the sign my business up right then and there. He just said, go. And I was like, he's like, let's go. And I was ready to go. Like, I felt that from there, and then it wasn't no stopping.
No fear.
That's it.
Wow, no fear whatsoever. That's unusual. But so how much handholding was there, or was it no fear because Evan was like, okay, A, B, C, D, like, go?
I call, I mean, every time that I run into something, I still call Evan to this day. Like, it don't stop. So, like, anytime, and then he would reach out, you know, hey, you know, make sure you do this, you know, little stuff like that. And it was anytime that I needed, basically he'd pick up the phone, you know, and still to this day he does. So that's what it was about. Like, I did what I did. I said, I got this, and he said, okay, now you're gonna need this, you know, okay, I see you, go get that, you know, whatever. He would just tell me what the next steps were, and then I would go, you know, I would go over my list and make sure that I wasn't skipping over nothing, and ask him, what, you know, what's next. It was like, I got the insurance, I got some account. He sent me the accountants, the insurance. I signed that up like very fast.
Do you think this type of relationship can be reproduced or how would somebody try to reproduce this type of relationship where they can find a mentor or a guide that is that hands-on and trustworthy and passionate?
I think it takes somebody like the mentor and the mentee to have the same type of love. Like he had the love to want to help me out, and then I had the love to and the passion to want to go. And so that I always tell people, like, if you want help or if you want support, you definitely gotta put your footwork in and show the person that's help. This isn't anything like Evan mentioned, I do music. So I reached out to E40 a year before Vegan Mob, and he was, oh yeah, I got you. And that's on the music. But he never had me, right? Not to say he didn't, but he didn't send me any music, right? And then when he saw me doing Vegan Mob and he saw Vegan Mob starting to turn up and blow up, then I have a verse from E40 for a Vegan Mob song. So it took him to see me really, really serious about it. And Evan saw that I was really serious. I told Evan 10 years before we sat down, I said, man, I'm gonna holler at you in 10 years. And I just threw a number out there. It wasn't even, I seen him in Restaurant Depot and I was like, what? Oh man, you going, I see the Senior C-Sig. I was fresh out of a program, out of a alcohol program, Salvation Army, and a rehab. And I was working at a burrito shop. And I was there with one of the managers shopping. And I was like, I ain't ready yet, but I'm gonna hit you when I'm ready. And it was 10 years later. And I forgot about it. I went through school and everything else. And boom, it was like 10 years later, we met back up to do, we talked and stuff, but we met back up for this for 10 years. It was crazy. And so he knew I was serious. And so, and like he said, he told me, he was like, man, you were humble with me. When we were growing up, you looked out, he was like, I got you. And so when he saw that I was working, basically it has to take somebody willing to mentor. The mentee has to be in it full throttle, because nobody's going to help nobody who doesn't really want to help themselves, I don't think.
Evan, you never had to chase Toriano down for anything, right? Like, oh, did you call this person back? Or did you fill that thing out?
I mean, like I said, like I till this day, I hit him today about something, just be careful here, and these type of things. If I see him, I'm gonna say it. But again, I gotta let you gotta let your brother walk too, and like they gotta fall, and make the mistakes and have their successes individually as well, so that they can learn as well. So as somebody in my shoes, I want to give as much as I can to a level to where I'm just not holding the hand, and where he's going to need that all the time. Right. Because, that's just not realistic. And so, but yeah, like when we feel it's needed, we're here for each other. I think that, to add on to kind of what Toriano said, I do believe, somebody that's looking for advice or to be mentored, you have to be ready to ask for it, and also be ready to be declined, and you have to also kind of have an approach, and be ready. And so, that's the thing. So I think, like, if you're looking for a mentor, first of all, you like I said, you have to be ready to ask people, and have humility, so don't give up if somebody says no, because, most of the time they're going to say no. But on the other side of the coin, you got to be ready to apply. And be ready to because if somebody does say yes and they give you their time, the last thing you want to do is waste their time. And so if you get lucky enough to find somebody that's going to be willing to mentor you, you have to look at it as something that you just struck gold, right? Because that doesn't always happen. And so because I see that a lot. A lot of people will try to mentor somebody and give them their time, but that person is not really committed, to what they say and they think personally. And that's the majority of people. I'm just going to be honest. It's the majority of the people. I'm only going to give you so much for so long, and if I see that, it's not going anywhere, or, you're wasting my time and your time, then, it'll be a slow separation or a quick separation, but, it won't go anywhere. And so it's very unique to see something like, what Toriano and I have established as far as like, in our relationship and what he's done with his business.
So from your perspective, what have you seen is, and I know you can only conjecture on this, but why do you think that lack of commitment on the mentee's side might exist? I mean, they reached out to the mentor to ask for this help, and yet they dropped the ball.
I mean, for me, I mean, it's just, look, like would you just go into a relationship with anybody, or would you go into business with anybody? I mean, like, if you have 3 of your best friends, I'm sure we could all say this. We look at all of our best friends. They're like, that's my best friend, but I'll probably never go into business with them, because that person might be somebody that's always like, I want to do this, and then it's this, and then it's that, and then it's this. I'm not happy here. And so, like, it just has to kind of, somebody has to be very consistent and focused, and self-determined, organized, somebody that's willing to look themselves in the mirror and make that commitment, and take, the advice and the stuff that other people are lending you, and apply it, and be willing to kind of go through those ups and downs, and so it's because a lot of people come into it very focused on just one thing, and if it doesn't happen right away, they get discouraged, and then it's like, let me, what, I can't do this. Let me just go, and so entrepreneurship and starting a business or whatever you want to do, even if it's a career, a corporate career, you can still get mentored into kind of where you need to be, right? And so, but you really have to first and foremost look yourself in the mirror, ask yourself these questions, and answer those questions before you go out and you start asking for help.
Make sure that you're committed to,
correct.
To following through with that. Nice. And so you had Toriano, you had your sights set pretty far in what you wanted to commit to. You wanted that restaurant and that brand name multi-unit for your soul food. When Evan told you to slow down and take the baby steps part, how did you react to that? Or you're like, okay, yeah, absolutely. Or did you start questioning or push back?
Some things I listened, and then some things I just kept going, and I learned. I got myself into some tough situations. And the key thing that Evan said is humility. Like, you got to be able to listen and learn. When you're getting mentored, and then sometimes you gotta take those hits too to learn on yourself too. So for the most part, I always pretty much pay attention and listen, and I could be hard-headed with everything. So I'm a hard-headed person, when I want something, I want something. And so then I got to learn on my own. But definitely, when people tell me to slow down, and whether it be my wife or it be Evan, I know where it's coming from. And so I listen. And a lot of those times when I'm being told to slow down, I'm stressing out. And so I'm like, okay, well, hell yeah, I'm slow down. You're right. I'm gonna slow down. So I'm being told at the right times, So definitely, like, I took heed to the things that he said, and I still do.
So I want a little backstory from you guys on which came first, because I know Senior Sisig, you guys now have Vegano, like Senior Sisig Vegano. Which came first, like Vegan Mob or Vegano, or did the concepts feed off of each other and make each other stronger somehow?
No, Vegano is definitely a stem from Vegan Mob. Like we had always been, because I was vegetarian or pescatarian when we started Senior Sisig, so that's why we have tofu on the menu. And so I've always been conscious kind of being a vegetarian or vegan, but I didn't, I didn't really know, that there was going to be this level of what, especially what Toriano did with Vegan Mob. Like there was so much attention on it. And then, then we started seeing in Oakland, especially Oakland and the East Bay, a lot of other great vegan companies come out and do different things. So it just started, and then it just became a kind of a nationwide phenomenon, right? That it was everybody, it was really trying to do vegan stuff. But, so that really sparked, a thought of like, okay, like, we have the opportunity. We've done specials here and there, one-offs and whatnot, but we had a great location in the Mission that we had started off before we opened our restaurant. And I was just thinking about what can we do at this location without just having a food truck right next to our restaurant. And so, I said, nobody, McDonald's, if McDonald's had all vegan McDonald's, they would kill it. I was, so if Burger King did all vegan or anything, a well-known brand just took what they did, replicated it and made it vegan. That's pretty awesome. Right. And so, it was like, look, we have the vessel, we have the location. So cause I had food trucks. And so I was like, why not let's just try it. And people loved it.
So the lumpia that I had at Vegan Mob, Filipino. So, I mean, did it come out as Senior Sisig, and then is it like a collaboration piece, or because that thing was phenomenal?
Thank you.
But yeah, so it came out of your menu development then, Toriano?
Yeah. San Francisco is a melting pot. It's a diverse, not as diverse as it used to be, but back in the day, diverse San Francisco was really diverse. And I grew up eating lumpia. I have tacos and nachos and stuff on the menu, and so it really just came up. I came up with the lumpia and the garlic noodles and things just from things that I like to eat. I love to eat. I love lumpias. I love garlic noodles. Those are things that I like to eat. So I was like, "Ooh, let me do some lumpia. Let me do some garlic noodles." And I asked Evan like before too. I was like, "Why you don't got no lumpia on your menu?" Right? and then back in the day, I was like, "Hey, throw some vegan stuff." It was before Vegan Mob, and it was before vegan was popping. No, right? And I was eating vegan food. I was like, "You need to get some vegan food on the menu." He was like, "Oh no," and then later on, I was like, "See, I told you." And so it just came from San Francisco. Like all the extra fusion come from me just growing up with I grew up with Filipino, Latino, all people from walks of life, and I love eating different types of food. It's just a San Francisco in me. That's it.
Yeah. And so Evan, like Senior Sisig got something out of this mentorship also, like this.
Yeah, no, totally.
Great. It looks like it's time for Q&A. So to the audience members, if you have a question, please go ahead and put it in the Q&A window or inside the chat. We have a comment from Kino G. Plant-based soul food is a niche market. Thank you for seeing through your vision for communal impact with mindful food selections. So it's a shout out to you on that. I will remind all of you guys that both Senior Sisig and Vegan Mob are going to be with Off the Grid through the season, the entire summer season at Fort Mason. So I should totally go and visit them out there.
Oh, and hey, Sybil, this is Charlene breaking in. I have a question for Toriano that someone submitted. What is the best advice Evan ever gave you about the food industry?
Gave me a lot of advice. The best advice that I would say that he actually gave me, and I should have listened, and I'm starting to listen now. He told me not to go crazy on my menu, and I just still went crazy. And now I've been chopping it down. And even when I do my food truck and Off the Grid, I like shorten my menu, and actually brings less stress. The money doesn't change. The everything is just like streamlining, like the quality, everything is just so much more easier to do with a smaller menu. So I'm actually working on minimizing my menu right now. But I said, damn, I should listen to that, because I came up with so much issues from just, because it's hard for me to, my mind's always working and I always want to do something new, and but that was that. And also my line, he helped me out with my line as well. Like, came in and helped me out with my line and helped my line move a lot faster. And I would say the number one thing was he told me to pay my line cooks higher. And once I started to pay a higher salary, then my restaurant actually, like, the quality, the speed, just the systems just like went up like times 10. Like, so paying that dollar amount to, where it really means something and where they're really taking home something that they're satisfied with, brings in a more quality cook, brings in a more quality prep person, even the front of the house. And that's totally flipped my restaurant.
Do you guys do profit share, or would you guys aim to do profit share with your employees?
I don't. I've thought about it, but I'm early in the game. And so I haven't, right now I'm trying to figure out some things right now that I need to take care of, but I definitely thought about it. Like, I went through a program that taught you about, pitching and getting investors, and a lot of the investors that I spoke with, they mentioned like profit sharing and, like a kind of like a co-ed ownership kind of. I think Aris Mindy does that. Yes. And so I've thought about it because it does definitely give the employees an incentive to actually really care about the business, So I do other things like bonuses and stuff like that to make them feel, like, hey, they're really, really working for something, so. Excuse me.
Okay. We have a question from Everett Holland. How important is simpatico between mentor and mentee, and when do you know that exists?
Say it again.
Yeah. How important is simpatico between mentor and mentee, and when do you know that it exists?
Simpatico. Can you
oh yeah, like a feeling of being on the same wavelength, of understanding
very
each
important other. It's very important, because if you're not gonna get anything accomplished, I feel it's not gonna mash. You gotta have chemistry. You gotta have chemistry in any relationship. I don't feel like with the chemistry missing and being on the same wavelength and being on the same frequency, you're gonna understand better understand each other, and it's gonna help you move. Like when he said go, that was like my frequency right there. I was like, okay, cool, I'm pumped up, I have passion, ready to go. So it's definitely very important.
And you guys have known each other for a really long time, and so that, I would imagine, definitely helps.
Yeah, and we still rock the same way we did when we were super young. Nothing has changed. So
wait, so Evan, but you said that, sometimes you look at your circle of friends and you're like, I would never go into business with that person. How did you know? When did you know that with Toriano it was like, yeah, this is the mentee. This is the mentee.
I mean, mentoring and going into business is two separate things. So that's different. But I think, like, if talking from a kind of what we're discussing now, I mean, I would give, a lot of my friends a chance, and I have. It's just, not everybody, like I said, took it and applied it like Toriano did. Like he had his vision, and there wasn't anything that was going to stop him from doing it. And so, definitely I did as much as I felt like I could to support it. I want to see other people succeed, especially my friends. And so, it's a little different than going into business, but it is, my time is done, right? So I have to kind of be, aware of who I choose to give my time to. But an hour here, an hour there in the beginning can kind of really, make you decide, okay, whether you see did that hour turn into, 40 hours of production from this individual, or did it just nothing happen and we're having our second conversation and it's just picking up from where it left off last time? And you got to have a little bit of intuition there as well, of just kind of like is something happening here, so, but like I said, Toriano took everything and ran with it. And so there was a lot of tangible stuff to kind of see like, oh, this is happening, things are happening. I'm just pointing him in the right direction. That's all, and he's going, so,
Yeah.
I didn't hold his hand like to the kitchen and to the stores and to these people. I'm just like, that's where you go. And so you got to go do it. Like, and he would go do it.
Yeah, I love that this is a give and test relationship where the more the mentee responds, the more the mentor is willing to give going forward. That's
Right.
phenomenal.
Yeah, he told me that in the beginning. Sorry about that. He told me that in the beginning. He was like, "You running with it?" He was like, and because I kept thanking him, he was like, everybody doesn't run with it like that, So he was like, "So I'm with you," And just like we said, if people see you chilling and not taking the information in that somebody really spend years on and work really hard and lending their time, and for a person that's really busy like Evan is, then they're not gonna feel motivated to keep coming in and helping you out if you're not helping yourself.
Did it surprise you that not more people were taking Evan's advice?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, not because it's Evan, but because people are people.
Yeah.
It did. I mean, to me, it does a little bit. I would say back then, I'm like, this is golden game. Why wouldn't you? You know what I mean? But now that I try to help people out, and as many as I try to help, I haven't talked to them in months. They come and then they tell you something that you tell them, then they disappear. So with today's mind, no. Back then, I was a little surprised.
The more you find out about people, or the more that you learn about people in general. Yeah. We have a follow-up question from Everett. I know that this is a simplistic question, but can you establish a real connection without it? I imagine he's referring back to the simpatico between mentor and mentee. Can you establish a real mentor-mentee connection without being on that wavelength together?
I don't know. I think you can. I mean, it all depends, right? Me and Toriano had a prior relationship. So if you're meeting somebody from the start, I mean, that's, being on the same wavelength it's not going to be exactly right there from the beginning. You have to kind of feel each other out, build that relationship, build that trust, over time. So I think it's each situation is different. So but you don't need to have that, but I do think over time, as that relationship grows, so does that.
Great. Okay, any other questions from the audience? In which case, I'm going to go ahead and ask you guys, what's up next for you guys? Like any other out there collaborations with each other, or are you onto your own mentor-mentee projects? Pay it forward some more to other folks or concepts?
Go first, Toriano.
We've talked about some things. And my mind is always working. Evan's mind is always working. So it could be some things that you might see. If there is, we're not gonna tell you right now because I don't know who's in the room. You know what I'm saying? Takashi just hit me up. He was one of my bookkeepers, and he's watching. So I don't know who else is watching. So yeah, we definitely always stay connected.
Fellow SF State alum, shout out Takashi.
Nice. Yeah, did you guys know him from State or no?
I met Takashi after we both. I think Takashi graduated from the MBA program as well, and so but we didn't. We were at different times.
Okay, so just fortuitous that you ended up hiring a SF State alum as your accountant.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, things happen for a reason.
Yeah. Well, I'm so delighted to hear that you guys are continuing with more excellent projects and that this mentor-mentee relationship is extending forward. Just one last thing, if you can provide one piece of advice to the entrepreneurial students in the audience today, what would it be?
I mean, for me, enjoy every moment of this program just because it goes by very quick. I mean, I sure did. And I still take a lot of, little nuggets from my education at FCF State, both undergrad and graduate, that I apply, and it's part of my life in business, part of my relationship with my wife, with my daughter, my friends. Yeah, I mean, so there's a lot to be had while you're there. And so, just I know it's hard. Sometimes at school and you're looking at the light at the end of the tunnel and trying to kind of get to that next level, but just let's all try to kind of remain in the now, and enjoy it, because there's like I said, a lot of good nuggets that you can take with you that will help you throughout the rest of your life.
Toriano, advice for student entrepreneurs.
Pay attention to every single thing you hear. Everything you hear, pay attention, write it down, take notes, and feel, listen to what's going on inside, and pay attention to that too. And don't waste no time. Don't procrastinate. Like when you get that golden game, look at, don't waste it. Don't waste that. I felt like when I got this game from Evan, I was like, I'm not gonna let myself down, and I'm not gonna let him waste his time. I'm gonna really put my foot forward. So, pay attention to what's going on inside here, and pay attention to what's going on in the program and what's around you.
Go. Literally go. One last thing, Jessica is asking what is the best way to connect with you guys. So to just reach out to Senior CSIG and Vegan Mob, or?
Yeah, my email is evan@seniorcsig.com. So there it is.
Toriano@veganmob.biz.
There you go. Thank you so much, Evan. Thank you so much, Toriano. You guys are fantabulous. Go visit them at Off the Grid anytime this summer, or in the city or in Oakland. Easily accessible locations. So yay, thank you so much for the time and energy that you guys both bring.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Okay. And now we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will have our 5th annual pitch competition.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our program will resume shortly. Next up is the 5th Annual Innovation Pitch Competition.
Hi, welcome back, everybody. You know, all throughout today's symposium, we've had a chance to see what dedicated alumni of San Francisco State majors and programs of all types have been capable of in the business world. Now, in this session, we get to see them while they're still in school, and we get to see their passion and their business ideas come to light. I would like to introduce Associate Professor of Management in the Lam Family College of Business, Ms. Nara Jiang. She will be your host for this year's annual pitch competition. This year's pitch competition is sponsored in part by the Lam Larsen Fund for Global Innovation, MUFG Union Bank, and State Farm Ventures. And now, Nara Jiang.
Thanks, Sybil. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Innovation Pitch Competition. I am Nara Jiang, Assistant Professor of Management. I am the coordinator of the pitch competition and also your host for this pitch competition today. Thank you all for joining us today. I would like to briefly talk about the background of the Innovation Pitch Competition first. This pitch competition is open to all SFSU students. We've got 25 applications from both graduate and undergraduate students this year. Through the review process, we've got 5 finalist teams today. These finalists are going to compete for the 3 top prizes. First place will get $6,000, second place, $3,000, and third place, $1,000. Besides, we are also conducting a fan favorite poll. All the audience will find a little pop-up from their Zoom after all the presentations. You can choose your favorite team pitch in the poll. The fan favorite poll winner will receive an additional $500 in grant funding. Each team will have 7-minute presentation, and after that, 8 minutes of Q&A session with the judges. At this point, I would like to introduce our judges. Alphabetically, first, we have Bruno Ceccarelli. Bruno is currently the Managing Director and Market Executive for the Northern California and Pacific Northwest regions for Union Bank in the Business Banking Group. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Bruno.
Thank you very much, Professor. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I'm very excited about today's agenda and looking forward to hearing your ideas. And really, this is really the highlight, one of the highlights for the year for me. I really enjoy hearing from you. So thank you very much for letting us participate again. And Professor, back to you.
Thank you, Bruno. Next, we have Aaron Chen. Aaron Chen leads the Scouting and Trends team as part of State Farm Ventures. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Aaron.
Hi, everybody. My name is Aaron from State Farm, and it's great to be here.
Thank you, Aaron. Next judge is Nancy Hayes. Nancy Hayes is an angel investor and founder of NKH Group. She serves as a mentor to entrepreneurs with a particular focus on women entrepreneurs and founders of color. She also worked as a dean of the College of Business at SF State, and then vice president of finance, CFO, and chief administrative officer of SF State. Here is Nancy.
Thank you so much for having me again this year. It's always so exciting to hear what our students are up to. Look forward to hearing more.
Thank you so much, Nancy. Next, we have Arjun Parsa. Arjun Parsa is the Vice President of Product and Engineering at Apply Board. Arjun is a world-class executive technology leader with expertise in building and optimizing multinational, mission-critical programs and business transformation in high-growth environments. Here is Arjun.
Hello, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here. Hi.
Thanks, Arjun. Last but not least, we have Steve Rains, who is the CEO of Box Lunch, Her Universe, and Hot Topic, and also an alum of SFSU, BA in Economics. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Steve.
Thank you so much for having me today. It was an honor to be here last year, and I'm super excited about the chance to do this again this year. I'm really looking forward to hearing everybody's pitches today.
Thanks for joining today. Okay, now I want to tell you the order of the pitch today. Ola, Team Ola first, and then Team Remind, then SomaMate, and Wise Assistant, and lastly, we will have Team Bait. I would like to introduce our first team, Ola. The team captain is Mayum, and Mayum has joined today's pitch competition. Hi, Team Ola.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, very clear.
Yes,
so
and everyone
Mayum.
can also see my screen.
Yes, perfect.
Great, thank you.
So yeah, once you begin your pitch, your time will start. So yeah, whenever you're ready, you can start.
Great, yeah. Hello, everyone. Hi, judges. My name is Mayum. Thank you so much for having me here. I am Ola's creator, a local business finder platform that helps people become a more conscious, ethical consumer and help business tell their own story. So let me tell you a little bit about myself. A couple of years ago, I made some promises to myself to stop using mainstream products or services and maybe opt for more conscious, ethical options. I believe some of you sitting in this room feel the same way. But don't you agree that oftentimes we won't be able to find these local business and their unique stories without extensive research? And simple, because these small, medium-sized businesses don't have the right resources and channels to convey those messages. So small, medium-sized business usually face three problems. They're not exposed to the right audience because their brand often drown in a lot of existing channels right now. They don't have enough capital to compete with bigger scale business, and they also don't have enough resources like skills or knowledge to advertise their business. And on the customer side, a lot of the customer who carries values like conscious buying behavior, values like prioritizing local sustainable business, the customer often find it very difficult to look for a place to go within one click. So I present to you a local business finder called Ala. And fun fact, Ala actually means soul and support in Hawaiian. So what is Ala mission and why are we doing this? Our mission is to help small and medium-sized business thrive and capture their full potential. How do we do this? We do this by providing 360-degree marketing solutions and connect business to their potential ideal group of customers. And what is our product? What do we offer? We offer a platform where small, medium-sized business can easily create and communicate their best brand image. And this is a little snapshot of what Ala looks like. So on the left side, you see here is what the customer will see. And there's definitely an emphasis on delivering impactful brand message. And on the right side is what the business will see. And they come with these marketing tools options over here. So for business, you see they are able to increase their internet presence by update or create, maintain their profile very easily with unique marketing mix in here. They can access their monthly report, access the payroll template, they have photography guides. And since statistically, business only spend less than 2 hours a week in marketing effort, Ala generates a ready-to-use template over here on this right side. So if the business want to update their Instagram story or Facebook post, they can easily do so. On the customer side, again, you can see that they get very high quality content. Actually, you can see clearly the business mission. You can see which of the costs that the business is supporting. Are they minorities owned, LGBTQ owned? Are they a net zero emission business, etc. And as well as an option to provide feedback to Ala through an open-ended feedback loop so that only Ala and the business can see. So there will be no significant impact to the brand's image. So you see platform like Yelp and TripAdvisor does very similar thing. They offer local business guide for end users, but oftentimes it's can be seen very biased and misleading. And for business, they have the option to obviously go to private digital marketing agency, but usually it comes with a very hefty price. They can also use social media, but there's really no guarantee on their return on investment. So Ala offers both. They bring the business, the tools that they need, and the customers who are ready to support these causes. So how do we know if there is really a demand for our product? So according to NerdWallet, actually 47% of small business owners almost have run marketing entirely on their own. And within those 61% already claim that the biggest challenges is to generate leads. On the customer side, a lot of the customer, they visited a store primarily because they already experience and see the store online. 74% of consumer or customers, they rely heavily on social media to guide purchasing decisions. So these statistics really clearly show that not only small, medium-sized business need affordable marketing tool with ready to use built-in features, but these business also need a platform that would bring them more leads into the business. So traditionally, small business spend almost 5% of their gross revenue on digital marketing. A business with $100,000 in revenue will use like $5,000 in marketing. So by joining Ala, businesses wouldn't have to spend $5,000. In fact, they only spend $249 per month to access this 360-degree marketing tools, plus monthly analytic report, payrolls template, and many other services within one click. So based on our calculation, we estimate that 95% of business that sign up will already experience positive ROI after the first year. And because we connect business to the right customer and we are cheaper than our competitors and even maybe the next best alternative you can find, this is probably one of the best option. And this is a reason why we decide to combine our business model. Not only we offer marketing service tools to incentivize business to join our platform, Ala will also serve as a lead generation that makes customers' life easier when choosing a local product or a service. So let's join the cause in helping small local business thrive. Thank you so much for listening to my pitch. Thanks for tuning in, and I'm ready for any question.
Thanks, Mayum. So you're going to have an 8-minute Q&A session with the judges now, and judges will ask questions to the team in order of Bruno, Aaron, Nancy, Arjun, and Steve this time. So Bruno, do you have any questions to this team?
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for the very nice overview. Love the look of the platform. What are some of the tools or strategies that you're thinking to attract consumers, the user, to the site, not so much the business, but the user itself?
Yeah, that is a great question. So a lot of the time, our customer profile will be definitely Gen Z and millennials. These people, they love to support local business. For instance, it doesn't have to be restaurants, but also if they want to find plumbers, then they want to support, okay, so who's around me, near me that needs support? And I think the way for you to attract the user to this platform will be having a lot of local business that really need support. They are from a diverse background in this platform, and that is probably one of the way that will really create this very curiosity within the customer for this platform. Does that answer your question?
Oh, sure, certainly. And when you think about, last question for me, when you think about scalability, how do you see this kind of growing? Do you see this kind of as something that starts within, like a part of San Francisco, the Stonestown area, and it just kind of expands off there? Or is this something that is easily scalable to different market segments? Or have you thought about which areas of the state, city, country you'd like to go after first?
Yes, definitely. So I believe that, I mean, for now, we definitely need to focus on an area to build our data, build how our product will look like, especially in a crowded, populated area. So I would definitely focus on San Francisco first. And after San Francisco, I would also focus on more suburbs area so that we have two very different cities, so we can compare. Maybe our product works better in this area, works less effective in the other suburbs area, and we can adjust our product with that. With those points.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
now, Aaron, do you have any question to Team Ola?
Yes, very great presentation, Mayum. You did a great job of articulating the problem very well, as well as your solution. I apologize, there happens to be a truck going by, but I was curious, what types of businesses are you planning to start with? As a restaurant might be different as far as the digital marketing and the information on your platform versus, say, a wedding DJ.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a really good point to dissect the type of industry to be on the platform first. However, I always keep in the back of my mind that I don't want to segment that first, because I want to focus on, so for within an area, what are the available service around? Maybe there's an electrician, there's a plant shop, there's a restaurant. And I really want to encourage the user first to look any kind of service that they're interested in. And within the area, they can support those local business. And I think I will keep putting that in the back of my mind. But if the product don't work that way, and I might have to gear towards a specific industry, I would definitely choose restaurant industry, because it's apparently one of the most common search feature that people would prefer. They usually prefer to, okay, what's the best Indian restaurant near me, or somewhat, and that might be better.
Great. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So now, Nancy, do you have any question?
Mayum, thank you for sharing this exciting venture with us. Just a question about the user experience from the businesses side. You had a great chart that showed that 5% of revenues was focused on marketing, and your price is $249. Would these companies still be paying for Google ads, Facebook ads, Yelp membership? And can you distinguish where they're finding that savings from the $249 per month?
So definitely $249 per month does not include the other advertising parties. Usually $249 per month will include a lot of marketing guides, like templates, maybe monthly business analytics report. Definitely we're not going to be able to cover all of the advertising channel, so to speak, but the $249 is to access those tools that will be only on our platform, if that answers your question.
Great, and you're developing those tools?
That's correct. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Arjun, do you have any question to this team?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing the story and your story, and of course the idea. I want to follow up on Nancy's question. I like her line of questions. So you didn't build it yet. Do you have any rough estimate how much it's going to cost you to build it and how long it's going to take?
That is a great question. What I have in mind is that it's definitely going to take a long time to build this. We definitely need to come up with an MVP first, at least test out our core function. Okay, if we want to make a two-sided platform, where business can create their profile, edit pictures, but customers can also scroll and explore. And then our next step would be hiring very talented software engineers. I do not think that this platform is easy to create at all. We need these software engineers to integrate the software that's needed for this platform. They need to include probably some templates very similar to Canva, or if you're familiar, Canva and Google Slides almost integrated all into one app. I think it's, I don't have a projection of a number and I don't want to just say out a number, but I will definitely do more research on what is the initial investment I really need to at least make a minimum viable product for this.
Thank you for explaining. My 2 cents. I would say instead of minimum viable product, go with minimum lovable product, and define minimum lovable product, and then see how much that is going to cost. Just my 2 cents. I'm sensitive with minimum viable product. I go with minimum lovable product. But thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have our last judge. Steve, do you have any question?
Yeah, just one quick question. I know we're up on time here, but how are you thinking about how you're going to get your first 200 businesses in an area to sign up? So, you go to a new city, let's say you're coming to Los Angeles where I am, how are you going to get the first 200 businesses to sign up?
Yes, actually, that's an amazing question. I think about that a lot, is that how are we going to get these data? Like, who are these businesses that we're going to come in and target first? And I realize that there's a lot of media publications out there, for example, SF Eaters or Infatuation, actually. They do a lot of these local guides, and they do reviews as well. I think one of the best way would be either us can collaborate with Infatuation or other media publications about local guides, and we can use that amount of data to target first which customer is around the neighborhood, and which business side customer is around the neighborhood, and target them.
Great. Okay, I appreciate it. Nice job on the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Team Ola and the judges. Now, I would like to introduce our next team, Remind. And the team captain is Rally, and Rally has joined today's pitch competition. Hi, Team Rally, Team Remind. Remind is there, the Rally?
Hello, are you able to hear me properly?
Yes, I can hear you. So can you share your screen? Okay,
Yes.
I can see your screen.
Share my screen. Is it all good to go?
Yeah, it's all good to go. So when you're ready, you can just start.
Perfect. Okay. I was 11 years old when I started my battle with depression. For 6 years, I fought alone and I fought in silence. See, vulnerability was not taught in my household, so I didn't know how to ask for help. And I stand here today because no child deserves to feel that way. I'm Rally Padilla, CEO and founder of Remind, the virtual diary on your phone. With Mindy by your side, our emotional support AI, let's talk out the harder conversations in life. Remind intends to teach, habituate, and destigmatize vulnerability. According to the CDC, in America alone, almost 3 million children have diagnosed depression. Anxiety, almost 6 million. It's estimated that 1 in 5 kids have undiagnosed mental illnesses, and we won't let any of them go through this alone. With enough practice and support, everyone can be confident in their voice. There is power in knowing your story and healing in sharing it. Through trauma and hardship, many of us have lost that power at some point in our lives. I did when I needed support the most, and I almost took my own life. So the next time you need help, you don't go silent, you speak up. So speak up to Mindy, our artificial intelligence built for emotional support. Mindy will have two forms, one on our mobile app and one in the physical world. On the Remind mobile app, check in with Mindy and she'll check in with you. Mindy is programmed to facilitate conversations like you would have with a friend. With assistance from certified mental health professionals, she knows a lot about mental wellness, coping strategies, and building good habits. She's able to record transcripts of your discussions, which can be revised and organized to help you reflect on or share when you're ready. Our figurine is for those who prefer a deeper immersion of Mindy, like young adults and children. Mindy is a Bluetooth, kid-friendly smart speaker that helps you navigate the Remind app and brings out the life in your conversations. She reacts to touch, makes faces, emits warm light, and responds to your voice, bringing comfort and familiarity to users that you wouldn't get from a diary alone. Here's our business model. One unit is a Mindy figurine, giving you full access to our Remind mobile app. Our selling price is $110. Contribution margin is $50 per unit, and fixed expenses per month total $6,350. This brings our break-even units to 128 units a month. We intend to have a separate subscription-based model on launch where Mindy sells for $10 a month. Our primary target market is kids and young adults, those who go to college or school, those who need an extra tool in therapy. My target market is open and understanding of mental health. They lead stressful lifestyles that make writing in a journal daunting, or they seek to build more intimate and transparent connections with their friends and loved ones. My initial target consumers will be those in the Bay Area or in my hometown, Los Angeles. That's where most of my network and my resources are available to me. On launch, most of our marketing campaign will be online on platforms such as Instagram, Snapchat, and TikTok. I'd like to expand our market via sponsorships with mental health advocates such as Psych2Go and School of Life on YouTube, the Organization of Autism Research, LGBT wellness organizations such as the Office here in San Francisco or the Trevor Project. There is a lot of trauma in the queer community, and I believe that Remind can be a great tool for people like me. Our two main competitors in the market are Wyza and Woebot mobile apps. We all use cognitive behavioral techniques applied by certified mental health professionals. Wyza and Remind both have access to live therapists straight from the app. However, what sets us apart is our physical companion and voice recognition that encourages younger users to be more engaged and comfortable, and a smarter, more adaptive AI. Remind is developing an AI that caters to deeper, more specific circumstances, such as individuals with autism, veterans with PTSD, or those who have anxiety as a result of domestic violence. These are our sales projections for our first year of launch. We aim to sell over 5,000 units, marking our gross revenue at $576,000 and our net profit at $260,000. Assuming that we launched in January, our first goal is to break even and have enough profit to continue expanding. These are our startup funds, summed up to $487,000, including our emergency fund for 6 months and our fixed expenses for 3 months. Our total startup investment lands at $730,000. This brings our return on investment to 36% and our return on sales to 45%. After graduation, I'd like to put all of my energy into developing our app. Within my first year of business, I'd like to work with mental health organizations such as Hope for Depression and Mental Health America for endorsements of Remind. By my third year, I'd like to collaborate with entertainment companies such as Disney, so our childhood superheroes can help Mindy make us stronger too. And by my fifth year, I'd like to have Remind translated into 30 different languages so we can expand globally. So a little bit about myself. I started my entrepreneurial journey in my senior year of high school through NIFTY, the Network of Teaching Entrepreneurship program in LA, With the guidance from my team at NIFTY, I made it as a finalist at the 2018 National Youth Business Pitching Competition. I had actually came up with the idea for Reminds the night before pitching my previous idea, Current Core. Though I think what really makes me qualified is that I'd be my first customer. And the more I talk to others, the more I realize that others need Mindy too. A part of my healing is the healing of my community, and my communities at Polk Institute and NIFTY can help me do that. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to share my business idea. Once again, I'm Relly Padilla, CEO and founder of Remind, the virtual diary that you don't write alone. With Mindy by your side, let's talk out the harder conversations in life.
Thank you. So you're going to have Q&A session with the judges, and the judges will ask questions to the team in order of Aaron, Nancy, Arjun, Steve, and Bruno. Okay. So Aaron, do you have any question to the team?
Yes, really. Thank you very much for sharing your story and being vulnerable with us, and shows your passion for the project. With Mindy, it sounds like she is designed to give that empathy to the user, and I know that can be a large technical challenge for a chatbot to not only understand but also to kind of convey emotion, if you will, or at least understand it. What's your plan to build out that AI, or what have you already done?
So I've made connections with mental health professionals, to particular, through Polk Institute. So I'm not an expert at mental health, but I do have people on my team who are, and so I'm going to speak to them to see, kind of how can Mindy be a tool for people. It's not meant to be a replacement for therapists, but it is intended to be a tool to help people who do need that. So I'm looking towards mental health professionals to see the potential for how far Mindy as an AI can imitate, human emotions and empathy. And then I'm also going to be looking towards my competitors and see where they've limited themselves, and see where Mindy and Remind can kind of align with that.
Great, that sounds good. To identify a niche that's not served by others. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Nancy, do you have any question?
Yeah, thank you, Relly, for sharing this with us. You've certainly picked a very hot topic, and particularly in the area of startups, we see a lot of companies in this. And following on Aaron's question, I think one approach you might want to take with that is to develop over time an official advisory council of experienced people, because we want to make sure Mindy is providing helpful advice and guidance verified by experts in the field. So one of the thoughts I had on that was, any thought on the price point as far as kids in need, and it's early days yet, who cannot afford this price point?
Yeah, so I mentioned that I do intend to have a subscription-based model for $10 a month, which is hopefully, a little easier. So the parents would also be, in a way, our target consumers, because kids themselves can't be the ones, paying for this kind of business. But yeah, I think that the good news is that, a lot of parents my age, millennials as well, they've become a lot more, mental health conscious, and they're more open about the conversation with their kids. So I'm hoping that with their parent support, this could be an extra tool that kids could use throughout their daily lives.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Arjun, do you have any question to Relly?
Yes, hi, Relly. Thanks for sharing your story and your great idea. I really enjoyed it. Just following up the great questions that my friends are asking you about building it. I was at Amazon for 5 years, more than 5. I was involved with Alexa. Building it based on AI and deep learning it has its own challenges. I know you have consultants on the medical side of the house, of building it based on AI and deep learning. I just wanted to see, did you have any deep dive on that side yet, or this is part of the future plan?
So not quite. I am not also a professional in AI development. However, I am currently speaking to my Nifty mentor, Tim. He's been my mentor since freshman year, so it's been years now. But he is helping me right now find AI professionals, so I can go ahead and start kind of building the vision. So in terms of development, when it comes to the AI side, I think that I'm going to start with the subscription base. So instead of having the Mindy figurine, we're going to start with just bringing out the app and developing the app as well and focusing on the app specifically. And so with the resources of my team at Nifty, we can focus all of our attention on AI development. I understand there's also like legal difficulties when it comes to that. So yeah, with the technology of mental health AI, it's definitely going to be a challenge.
My last comment is, have you thought about insurance? Because Nancy asked you a great question, the payment, right? And many of those families, maybe they cannot afford it. Have you thought about insurance, government support, state support, because those can be supportive, or maybe the part of the plan for your future?
That's a really good point. I think through organizations such as Mental Health America, these big organizations, once I have like endorsements from them, I might be able to move on to government level and see like, could this potentially, for a more affordable price, be a resource that's available to the people who need it. So yeah, that's definitely something in mind for my future plans.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we have 2 minutes left, so we want to go quicker. Okay. So Steve, do you have any question?
Yes, I do. Thanks, Relly, for sharing your story with us, and thanks for the effort you put into this idea and this pitch today. So I have a lot of questions. I'll try to just pick one. I think it's a great idea. You talked about your partnership with Mental Health America. We actually are a partner with them and work with them as well in my role. And can you talk a little bit more about, even beyond a potential partnership with someone like Mental Health America, what are the other ways you want to bring about awareness for your product beyond maybe some of the things you talked about today to get more customers to use it initially?
So, these big organizations, they're actually the, secondary source of marketing for me. For me, it would definitely be from my own community, people my age, people on social media, influencers possibly, our community, people who are in their 20s, 30s, they're connected a lot through Snapchat, Instagram, and TikTok, these big brands of apps. I think I'd be able to, there's a lot of ad potential that can come out of that, but also just individuals who can, share their story through TikTok, and other spaces where they can share, their story and their experiences with Remind.
That's great. Yeah, I do think your social strategy is going to be a key part of really bringing awareness to this. So I think you're on the right focus for sure. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. So actually we have Bruno, and then I think we are almost out of time. But do you have any quick question, Bruno, or a quick comment on the presentation?
I'm completely in agreement with my fellow panelists. A wonderful, wonderful concept, great presentation. Really enjoyed the financial model as a banker. I'm sure we can delve more into details about that, and then really focus on the rollout strategy so we can get a very accurate representation of how many new users you're going to have a month. But especially coming out of the pandemic the way we are, a timely topic, great idea, very nice presentation. Congratulations.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, team and the judges. Now we are going to have our next team, Team StomaMate. Scott is the captain of the StomaMate concept. And Scott, are you ready to share your screen?
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Scott. So please share your screen to see your presentation slides. Thanks. And once you begin your pitch, your time will start. Okay.
Wonderful. Hello, everyone. My name is Scott Drapeau, and I am an industrial design master's candidate here at San Francisco State. This is StomaMate, a comfortable and reusable adapter for stoma filtration. Cancer of the larynx is commonly associated with a side effect for people that are heavy smokers, but in recent years, HPV infections have been identified as being a high risk factor for the disease. A way to treat laryngeal cancer is to perform a total laryngectomy on a patient, which removes the larynx and redirects the windpipe to an open hole at the bottom of the neck. This hole is called a stoma, and all air goes in and out of this hole after surgery. Our nose filters air as it enters our body, but with a stoma, the air is unfiltered. So for people that have had a tracheostomy, they are more susceptible to viruses, especially COVID-19. Our nose also adds moisture to our body and restriction to our breathing, but with a stoma, a person may experience a collapsing of the lung due to having no restriction to the air entering the body. To address these issues, these people can wear a heat moisture exchanger. This device filters and humidifies air as it enters the body. But the heat moisture exchanger, also known as a HME, needs to fit onto an adapter to do its job. Pictured on the left is an adhesive adapter that allows an HME to snap into it. The adapters are already sticky, but some people use additional glue to keep the adapter from falling off. My user research revealed that these adapters can be uncomfortable, especially for people with sensitive skin that has gone through radiation therapy from cancer treatment. The adapters can be a hassle and that they can fall off when a person is sweating and or moving around too much, which may require additional glue to keep in place. I want to ask for some audience participation right now. Just take 3 or 4 fingers and place it on the bottom of your neck. And I want you to look up and you can feel the stretch on your skin. And then you can look down and you can feel the pinch on your fingers. There's a lot of movement going on there. My end user is also annoyed when they break out in rashes due to the adapter's adhesives. They feel it is expensive to wear an adapter once or twice a day. With insurance, my user pays $180 for everyday use of an HME and the adhesive style adapter. So to save money, they just don't wear it. Though laryngeal cancer is an escalating issue, the average number of tracheostomies performed per year reveals that it's an underserved population of people. This could mean that there are not as many people trying to design more comfortable solutions to what is already out there. So my problem statement is for Max, and Max needs a more comfortable and affordable stoma filter adapter because he doesn't want to overpay for an annoying device that he doesn't want to use. Researching direct competitors did not yield many results. Provox and Blomsinger are the 2 main companies that seem to dominate the industry. And their products are basically the same. A one-time use sticky adapter to work with existing HME cassettes. To recap, these adapters are uncomfortable, they can move around or fall off, and they're unappealing. So this is Max, and he has used the sticky adhesive adapters in the past, but does not like how they look and feel. When he removes them, it is painful. If you can imagine having a chronic sunburn, that's how Max's neck skin feels as a result from radiation treatment. Max decides to subscribe to StomaMate, which is a customizable, comfortable, reusable adapter made just for him. Using the StomaMate app, he scans his stoma and the information is sent directly to StomaMate. A 3D model of the new adapter is generated and manufactured using a proprietary blend of soft silicone that naturally adheres to the skin without the use of glues. The StomaMate adapter is mailed directly to Max and is used. A side note, something I wanted to point out is that the scan would be saved into a database, which has additional benefits such as sharing information with caretakers and doctors. So to recap, scan, make, mail, and use. But this is a subscription. So if Max wants a new adapter, either because his stoma has changed shape, which is a natural part of the healing process after surgery, or he got some color in his skin from enjoying days out in the sun, he can scan his stoma again and get a new adapter. However, there is no change. If there is no change to implement, Max just needs a replacement due to wear and tear. He can just ping StomaMate to make a new adapter that's already saved on the database. Development went through several prototypes exploring different manufacturing methods and testing different mixtures of skin-safe silicone to achieve successful and comfortable self-adhesion. The high-fidelity prototypes revealed that the injection molding manufacturing approach produced better results that used less silicone and had a better fit and feel with the user. The end user liked the self-scan from home feature, as this is convenient and didn't require a trip to a clinic or hospital. The prototype was a good fit to their stoma and neck area, and there was no discomfort with the adapter that blended in well with their anatomy and skin tone. I will be working on improving material refinement. The value we add for the user is that it is cheaper, it improves quality of life, it is customizable, and the adapter is reusable. The value for insurance and health companies is that this is a recurring revenue that is cheaper to make. The value for all is that it decreases waste, decreases respiratory disease spreading, and decreases care costs. Right now, it costs anywhere from about $180 to $400 a month for one-time use adapters. It is common for users to go through 2 adapters in a day due to sweat and skin oils. So the likelihood of this number being higher is probable. StomaMate would cost only $100 a month by comparison, with an average cost savings of $2,280 a year. I've taken the $100 a month subscription and spanned it out over a year. And with that first year with 84 subscriptions, we're looking at an estimated gross margin of about 80%. Here are my references. And this is StomaMate. My name is Scott Drapeau.
Thank you so much, Scott. Now you're going to have a Q&A session with the judges. And the order is Nancy, Arjun, Steve, Bruno, and Aaron. So Nancy, do you have any question to the team?
Yes, Scott, thank you. You did a fantastic job of describing this to the non-medical, non-scientific, non-industrial design person. So thank you very much for that. Hard thing to do in a short period of time. 2 questions, maybe early days yet. Do you foresee, or have you looked at what the FDA approval path might be, and whether, because there's a predicate device, that it would be one of the shorter paths? And or do you see an opportunity for IP via patent protection?
I have yet to go down the question that you asked first, down that path to figure out what I need to do for FDA approval.
Okay.
If there's popularity in this product, then I would have to investigate that. The second one is, could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Do you see an opportunity for patent protection?
Definitely. This is the process itself is unique. It's a one-off process, and it uses proprietary software that would allow users to do their own scanning from home and then share with my business idea, and then using a proprietary blend of silicones in order to make them actually adhere to the skin without additional adhesives. So yeah, I would need to also patent it.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Now, Arjun, do you have any question to the team?
Yes, it was great presentation, and you said you did great on dumb it down for me. Just a quick question and save time for the rest of people. Have you tested, or maybe you mentioned I missed it, have you tested on any patient?
Yeah, this is a passion project. My uncle has a stoma. He had a total
Okay.
laryngectomy, and I was working with him this summer. He was sanding a car and spray painting it, and he didn't have any filtration. And I said, "What's going on there? You're not filtering the fumes coming into your body." And he said, "I hate these things. I will not wear them." So that kind of spawned this idea, and he was my end user. So I manufactured it. I FedExed it overnight to him, and he tested it out, and he was the one that provided all that good feedback.
Got it. So far you tested on one person.
That's correct.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Steve. Steve, do you have any question?
Yeah, so great presentation, Scott. Thank you. And I think you have the benefit and challenge of presenting something to us that we have very little information about. So thanks for educating us quickly.
Sure.
Two questions for me, quick ones. One, why do you think this hasn't been done before in the way you're doing it? That's the first question. I'll start with that.
I believe because it's an underserved problem. So businesses don't necessarily want to invest in designing a new solution to this. The things that are out there right now seem to be working, but there's enough people complaining about it, it seems, from the literature review that I have checked out and from my end user, my uncle.
Right.
And so I feel like it's a valid thing to move forward, but I'm not surprised people haven't come up with other options due to the underserved population numbers.
And given that, so that's related to my second question, given that it's an underserved population, and I loved your anecdote about your uncle, it feels like it's actually not going to be that difficult to get the word out to those who are dealing with this and are in this situation, because I imagine there's a lot of connection and support groups and conversation around that via social and otherwise.
Yeah, you nailed it. Support groups would be the starting point to get the word out. But I was also working with Sybil Yang over in the School of Business, and she was recommending actually getting in touch with the insurance companies, because this could be an insured product. So why not go through that and also get in touch with the hospitals and clinics that deal with these types of procedures?
Yeah, it seems like there'd be great kind of built-in distribution once people learned about it. Okay, thank you.
Exactly. Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks.
Nice job.
Thanks.
Thank you. Now, Bruno, your turn. Do you have any question?
Yes, thank you very much, Scott. And each of the panelists has already said it. A real skill is making something complicated seem simple, and I completely understand it. I think I know we always run out of time during the Q&A. We went quickly through a lot of your numbers. I think the concepts around the manufacturing, especially the pigment part of that, I'm sure you thought about it, but that's a big concern because I think when Professor Yang had mentioned it, working with insurance companies is going to be a very huge opportunity for you. And I think Steve has mentioned it, the social connection is great. So I think if you just do a little more work around your numbers, making sure that you have those buttoned up, I think this is a wonderful idea.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now, Aaron, do you have any question?
Yes, and Scott, great job with your presentation. And I like that you have a very specific target market and you're able to really address the value for them. My question is about the self-scan. So you talked about using a phone to scan their neck area. Yeah. And I was just kind of curious, what kind of R&D do you anticipate needing to do in order to make that scan? Or is there technology that's already available that you can leverage?
Yeah, ever since iPhone 11, you are able to do 3D scanning with the phone. And so I'm basing this idea off of already established technology that I can see only getting better and cheaper and more accessible and easier to use in the future. And so my uncle, who has no skill at using an Apple iPhone, was able to scan his stoma and send it directly to me. So it was a fantastic experience, and it worked the way I intended it to.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, team and the judges. Now, I want to introduce our fourth team, Wise Assistant. Captain Michael and team member Angelou will present their idea. Michael, are you ready to present?
I'm about to share my screen now.
Yes.
Somehow somebody spotlighted my video.
All right. Are we able to see and hear me?
Yes, very clear.
All right. Well, nice to meet all the judges and all the other entrepreneurs here. My name is Michael Diego, and today I'm going to be telling you about Wise Assistant. Now, there's a lot of transformation going on, and we are building an assistant to help creators monetize in the knowledge economy. So with COVID-19 and the following Great Resignation happening, the knowledge economy is evolving. The cell phone has proliferated the ability to create media and share information and knowledge. And with that, you've seen a boom of content creators. Today, consumers are turning to creators to make recommendations on the next destination they're going to check out, or the restaurant they're going to try, which events they should experience, or even just how to grow their social media presence. But there's a problem that's happening around this evolution, and it's that it is really tough to make money as a content creator. And today I'm going to tell you the story of one of our creators, Sydney Rhodes, and her journey working with Wise Assistant. So Sydney blew up during COVID-19, and she described some of her challenges around creating content and managing her community. You see, Sydney works for Apple, but she also creates content on the side, and she works really hard to cultivate her community and provide new and engaging content and knowledge. But she's frustrated by the platforms that she uses, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. At the end of the day, it's their platform and their algorithms that control how much money Sydney makes and how many people see her content. At the end of the day, Sydney, like many other creators of color, are fearful that changes to these platforms and their algorithm could bankrupt her overnight. And you see, Sydney's not alone. Sydney's part of a growing community of over 10 million creators around the world, influencing billions of people looking for new experiences and new knowledge online. Today, more than ever, Gen Zs and millennials are turning to content creators and influencers to make their decisions and to educate them as they move into the future. Now, how are we going to help these creators to make more money? Well, we are shifting power away from the platforms and the algorithms of social media. See, when Sydney signed up, she got a business phone number through Wise Assistant, and she promotes that phone number through her social media platforms. In this way, she's bringing her community out of these platforms and communicating directly to them using Wise Assistant. This allows her to bypass the social media algorithms, take ownership of her community, and deliver content in a way that cuts through the noise and gets to them directly where they're spending their time, in their iMessage inbox. When consumers book experiences or purchase digital products, Sydney makes more money through that booking. Now, it's really important that we understand that we are giving power to the creators, giving them access to their community and allowing them to cut through the noise that is dominating social media. Now, we use artificial intelligence to make it super easy for creators like Sydney to upload their content and create really curated premium content through Wise. Sydney simply uploads her images, her photos, her captions, and her videos, and we help curate that into digital products, itineraries, and more. Then Sydney is able to directly send that content to her community through our text message and email marketing tools. When Sydney packages up this content and these experiences, she's able to sell them and make more money. Now, just exactly how much money and how does Wise make that? We'll answer in a sec. But first, we had to test this out in a market. We launched in Atlanta back in 2021, and by using text messaging, we were able to bring communities off of social media and into our platform. Today, we have over 6,000 consumers, and we're growing at an average rate of around 17% without even putting any marketing campaigns in place. We're really focused on growing the creator side of our community, where today we are growing at over 25%. We have over 47 of our top hyper-engaged creators in a Discord community today, where they are providing ongoing feedback, getting their questions answered, and getting delivered value through our community. Now, our creators are able to make money by selling their digital products and hosting in-person events. You see, the creator economy is booming, generating over $100 billion market. And we take a service and a subscription fee. So if we drill into the 10 million global experience creators around the world, we get to around 500,000 in the top 5 US cities. If Wise takes just 10% of that, we're generating 40 million in gross market value for our creators. And we take 15% off the top of that, generating over 6 million in annual recurring revenue. Now, this is being very conservative, just looking at subscriptions and events. Now, if we look at how Wise intersects with the experience economy, we see how we can get to a massive and growing market. You see, Wise combines the creator and the experience economy. So platforms like Twitter or Instagram or TikTok, they're really focused on basic short form content. YouTube and Patreon, they have longer form content, but they're not focused specifically on the needs of the creators. Wise Assistant is differentiated because we focus directly on the creators themselves. We are an LGBTQ and minority and women-led company. I help manage the partnerships and I work really closely with our growth lead, Angelou, and the head of our platform and design, Natawood Sati, who's from Thailand. So we're super excited to bring this to additional markets. And to do that, we're raising $500,000 to fund our company through June of 2023. With this investment, we expect to grow our community to over 10,000 creators and get over 50,000 paying consumers. We'll generate over 200,000 in monthly recurring revenue, which will allow us to launch in the top 5 US markets. We're expecting to break even by December of this year. So it's been great to talk to everybody today about Wise Assistant, where we're building an assistant for content creators to help them monetize in the knowledge economy. I'm excited to take any questions that everybody has.
Thank you, team. So now we are going to have Q&A session with the judges. The order is Arjun, Steve, Bruno, Aaron, and Nancy. So Arjun, do you have any question?
Yes, thank you for sharing this story and the idea. It seems you guys did a great job so far. I have so many questions, but I know the rest of the team are going to ask those questions, so I'm going to limit myself to a couple of them. Tell me more about Atlanta. You said 25% growth. That means year over year. For how long 25%?
25% is the average month over month growth. So we have some months that are 40% and some months that are around 15 to 17, and it averages around to 25%.
And do you have membership there? How much?
We offer a $20 premium subscription for creators. We provide more of a white glove service, helping them stand up their website, start their newsletters, and ultimately start up their creator store.
What was your profit in Atlanta so far?
Yeah, so we make around $200 in monthly recurring revenue.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now, Steve, do you have any question?
Yeah, great pitch and great idea, Michael. So a question I had is, have you considered in part of your strategy partnering with a like a macro influencer or a celebrity level influencer or multiple and giving them a portion of the company early on? So you give them equity in the company, but so make them a part of that journey with you city by city. Is that something you've considered? And if not, would you consider? How would you think about that?
Yeah, so it's something we're actively doing. We call it our Founding Creators Program. So we have about 3, and we're always looking for more founding creators. The size of their community is not the only aspect that we're looking for. We're really looking for creators that jump in the driver's seat with us and provide feedback and help make product decisions. But you're absolutely right. We are compensating our founding creators with equity. And because there's this big conversation around compensation and equity. And so, yeah, we're partnering directly with our founding creators to make our product decisions.
Yeah, I think that's great, and it's great to hear you're already doing that. I think that's really, really compelling. Do you think you're going to have to? What else do you think you have to do to entice more creators onto the platform? because I kind of think that comes first versus the people, there to see what the creators are doing. What else do you think you're going to do when you go to a new city to entice creators?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing that we do when going to a new city is really building up the community. We like to host events and really get creators talking to one another, providing support, etc. What has really kind of bubbled up to the surface with all the creators that we've talked to is providing what we're calling startup services. Tools are amazing, but to be able to bring our creators into the platform by providing services to get them started, help setting up their website and kind of walking them through how to use our tools and services to do that has actually been pretty effective at getting them started in the platform.
Great, thank you.
Okay, next, Bruno. Do you have any question?
Yeah, thank you, Michael. What are some of the cities you're looking at expanding now, and how are you seeing your expenses move from more of the technology side of the programming and the development side versus the, as you mentioned, the face-to-face in-market kind of rollout approach? How are you seeing that after your first rollout in Atlanta?
Yeah, so we're really lucky to have a really talented engineering team, and so marketing is becoming our biggest expense. We set up, so we believe in launching hyperlocal to multi-local. So we start at the hyperlocal, Atlanta was one. We created other accounts to get Houston, we created Bay Area, we created Seattle, New York, to get a sense for interests in that community and what we're building. Atlanta and Houston have been the ones that we've seen just like natural adoption be very strong. Those accounts have been growing really on their own, and it has to be some sort of makeup of the city and the peoples that live there. But yeah, we are really trying to invest in as many low cost experiences that we can host as we gain more MRR, and we'll use that to reinvest into marketing.
Is there anything that you've learned that maybe was maybe a surprising difference between Atlanta and Houston, for example, that you can apply somewhere else?
I mean, Atlanta and Houston are actually, the composition has been actually quite comparable. I think we've learned that Atlanta and the Bay Area are quite different in that people in the Bay Area are a bit more hesitant to adopt new solutions. And so the value that we provide has to be X magnitudes greater. In cities like Houston, Atlanta, and Charleston, some of these other kind of like southeastern cities, creators are more kind of open to trying something, and then they kind of get hooked on our tools and services. So I could talk about differences between these like hyper condensed metropolitan areas, New York, San Francisco, but some of these cities with bigger sprawls have been easier for us to penetrate.
Very good. Thank you.
Yep.
Sorry. So next, Aaron. Aaron, do you have any question?
Yes, Michael, great job. Sounds like you have a lot of growth already. And one of the questions I like to ask myself or ask others is, what happens if it goes well? And so I'm kind of curious, as you're thinking to the end state, do you envision, IPO? Do you envision acquisition? And if so, what kind of company would you like to entertain acquisition offers from?
Yeah, no, it's a fantastic question. We have a very collaborative culture at Wise Assistant, and kind of the verdict that's on the table is we're likely going for an acquisition. I personally would have voted for an IPO, but that's beside the point. We're a team. Some of the players that had started a year and a half before us, or even some of the players that are kind of jumping in now, we think that there's going to be a good opportunity for actually acquisition by some of these like emerging players, or even something as like a strategic partnership, right? I think other products that come to mind, I mean, we're going for a long shot here, but something like Apple that doesn't have, really some of these content services built into their brand. Obviously, you think of platforms like Facebook or Google would be good opportunities, but, we're really kind of paying really close attention to the emerging players that are kind of neck and neck with us right now.
Awesome. Yes, there's a lot of different options, and it sounds like you've done a lot of work in looking at the the landscape. So good job.
Thank you.
Okay, our next question will be coming from Nancy. And we have 1 minute left. So
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Really quickly, so your current raise is 4.5 pre-money, 5 post-money,
That's correct.
and terms?
So we are accepting $50,000 checks, and we're selling selling about 20% of the company.
So
in
is it
this-
price round or is it a safe?
This is a safe. It's convertible.
It's a
note.
safe. Is a
Yeah.
valuation cap?
Is the 5 million.
Is the 5?
Yeah.
Okay, and is this the first raise?
We've done an angel round. We've done an angel. It's friends, family, angel, primarily raised from friends and family.
And how much was that in aggregate?
Yeah, we've raised a little over $100,000.
Okay, great, thanks. And the last question, it looks like you're jumping on the demise of cookies and going to SMS like a number of leaders are. Do you anticipate a consumer pushback against the change
Actually,
to
we chose
SMS
SMS.
marketing?
We chose SMS because of the consumer. Actually, we quickly learned that social media was the platform that we had to win in to be successful at what we're doing. All of our creators, all of our consumers are on social media. It was how do we get them from social media into our platform? And we identified the best way to do it is actually putting like the phone number at the end of a video or a post. And we've actually been able to get 2,000, 3,000 people to sign up in a day using that. But more often than not, they actually are kind of, if you do SMS right, it actually works really well. It's personalized, intimate. So consumers have actually loved it.
Thank you.
Yep.
okay, that was the time. Thank you, team and the judges. Now we will have our last presentation, Team Baked. So Team Baked have 2 team members join today, Captain Angelina and Bianca. Team Baked, are you ready to present? Please share your presentation slides and start your pitch whenever you are ready.
Yes, Bianca will be sharing our slides today.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we are so excited to be here today. Over the past few months, our team has been working hard to bring our passion to life through the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Program at SF State. So we're very excited to share Baked with you. So this idea came to life when my sister and I were walking through the grocery store and we were looking for a cake mix for her birthday. And we realized that there was a lack of options for both a vegan and gluten-free diet. We decided to make the cake from scratch so it would accommodate both of our diets, but the total ended up being upwards of $40 due to the amount of ingredients required and the high costs. And in the end, our homemade cake did not turn out very good. We have tried alternative baking mixes and ingredients, but they've never turned out to be very high quality. So while there has been much of a boom in the market for gluten-free and vegan diet items, there's still much work to be done. So we found that there's a gap in the market for quality gluten-free and vegan baking mixes. While there are products and brands that specialize in one of the 2 specialty diets, there are few companies that make it possible to do both vegan and gluten-free. This is where Baked comes in to save the day.
Our vision for Baked was to create an allergy-friendly, all-purpose baking mix that focuses on bringing consumers a high-quality, affordable, easy-to-make product. Our main focus is to provide a selection of baking mixes that are inclusive but also tasty. So why Baked? We created Baked with a vision that our product would be high quality and allergy-friendly while maintaining an affordable price. We believe this would be the go-to option for consumers for any occasions like birthdays, office parties, or casual cupcake craving Tuesday nights that are inclusive to dietary restrictions. We are currently working on local farms that grow and manufacture their own in-house products. We found that this is more cost efficient to source our ingredients from outside suppliers rather than making them from scratch, which could be time consuming and expensive. Almond flour is one of our main ingredients here at Baked, and luckily we only live a couple of hours drive from the Central Valley, which produces roughly around 80% of the world's almond supply. We are excited to offer an initial selection of 3 flavors after months of researching and iterating on the perfect recipe. Our ready-to-go flavors are vanilla, which I have here, and chocolate, which I also have here. We have gotten positive feedback from our focus groups and are currently in the process of making a red velvet option.
This brings us to the market. So after evaluating the opportunities in the market, we found that food allergies and vegan and gluten-free diets are on the rise, as roughly 1 in 2 Americans are either lactose intolerant or have a gluten sensitivity. And in 2020, roughly 6% of Americans considered themselves to be vegan. This creates an opportunity for us to play a key role in this underdeveloped industry. Oops, I think we jumped ahead a little bit. Okay, so this brings us to market size. According to our sources, we found the following data about the cake mix market. The cake mix market is expected to reach just over 1.5 million by 2023. And the global gluten-free baking mixes market size was estimated to have been through 391 million in 2020 and grew to 419 million in 2021. Additionally, the global vegan baking ingredient market size was estimated at 1.23 billion in 2020. And lastly, the global market for gluten-free and food is expected to expand considerably between 2020 and 2025 from 5.6 billion to 8.3 billion.
So this brings us to our target market, in essence, who we created this product for. Clearly, this product was created for those with food allergies such as celiac disease and dairy allergies, or those who follow a vegan diet. Based on our research and our goals, we determined that our target market is also consumers seeking convenience and high quality products while trying not to break the bank. We provided the following groups with baking mixes and gave them instructions on how to prepare it at their homes. And these were some of their testimonials. So our future for within the next 3 months is to introduce our product at local farmers markets. Our goal by first year is to do online sales and start selling through community supported agriculture, which includes platforms like Good Egg, Thrive Market, Farmstead, and more. By year 2, our goal is to start selling baked products in regional chain groceries like Berkeley Bold, Marina Market, Rainbow Grocery, and more. By year 3, we want to start selling in larger grocery stores like Safeway or Whole Foods and expand our products to include our other types of mixes. By year 5, we hope to bring our products by global markets and around the world.
On this slide, we have our projected growth. We created a forecast for growth over the next couple of years. Additionally, our current margin is around 34% with a selling price of $5.99. We have accounted for growth over the next couple of years based off of our goals for sales in each year, and we hope to continue to grow our infrastructure in the next 2 years to support our future operation goals. Right, so over the next 3 years, we're projected to do 526,000 in sales and 111,000 units sold, resulting in a $347,000 profit. And based on our financial projections, which we have in the end, we will need an investment of $347,000 to make it possible for us to achieve these goals.
So who are we, you may ask? My name is Bianca, and I'm an avid baker with a gluten and dairy sensitivity. I work in operations for a big tech company and know a thing or two about how a simple concept can quickly become an industry disruptor. Angelina is the concept founder. She does not eat dairy or soy, but she does make a mean muffin and knows how to launch a company from her experience in the startup space. So get baked with us. Here you can find our contact information and ways you can learn more about us. Thank you for listening, everyone. Take the guesswork out of baking and get baked with us. If you have any questions about our product, please feel free to reach out to us.
Thank you, team. Now you're going to have Q&A session with the judges, and the order of Steve, Bruno, Aaron, Nancy, and Arjun. Steve, do you have any question?
Yes, thanks. Really enjoyed the pitch and the concept. I love the branding and packaging as well. So it's great to kind of see it sort of already coming to life. A couple questions for me. So the investment you want to take on, how are you going to stage that investment? I saw a 3-year plan. I can't remember the exact number. It was like $350,000. Is there kind of an initial chunk of that investment you need up front to prove out the concept a little more?
Right. Yeah. So we plan to phase the investment over the 3-year period. The reason for obviously the low projected number in the beginning, that's based off of a lump sum, but we hope to eventually phase it out. That way, either funds could be used. If we are given the full amount in the first year, we could use the resources elsewhere to continue to grow our product, or we would also be open to doing a 3-year investment period.
Okay, got it. Great. And then in terms of the vegan need in terms of baking, I feel like the gluten-free, and again, you guys are the experts in this, but gluten-free seems to be an option that's out there, and vegan seems to be the bigger pain point around baking. Is that true or not true? Just want to understand the problem a little better.
Yeah. So the issue is there's a lot of products out there. Very few can be combined as both gluten or vegan. Gluten-free or vegan. There's definitely gluten out there. And also a lot of like bakeries or, restaurant industries, they don't combine the two options. So
separate options.
Right. So if you wanted to go buy a cake from a bakery, that's really hard to find one that does both. So usually you end up making it yourself and it's pretty hard. So yes, there is a lot of players in the industry, but very few of them make it possible. There's also a lot of substitute vegan products, which is why that number was included. Right. But they're not very high quality in the end, which is.
And I know you went through your whole list of competitors, but who is your best competitor doing this right now? Who are you kind of who's going to be the most challenging competitor?
I mean, there's obviously, some big players in the market like Pillsbury, and you could buy substitute ingredients. But the issue is that none of them have the option immediately to be vegan.
Right. Okay.
So, yeah.
Great. I think it's a great idea. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Bruno, do you have any question?
First of all, ladies, great presentation. To Steve's point, I love the packaging, very simple, very straightforward. And for someone like me, gluten is my middle name. It appears everything I love is gluten, but I have a lot of family members that would really appreciate this product. How are you thinking as you want to grow this business, the production side of it, a location, size, investment in that part of it, because you can only do so much in your apartment?
So we have talked amongst distributors. There's a place that would be able to take it on in Burlingame. So if we were to be on a larger scale distribution, for right now, it's a pretty small distribution size. So my apartment's handling it just okay. But yeah, I think in the future, we have definitely a strategy for how we would produce and where we would source. It's just the point of getting there, I think.
And how did you determine your price point of what you're going to go to market at?
So we compared the competitors' pricing in the industry, And we think that we have like a fair price. There's a lot of higher end products that like the King Arthur brands are like the higher end. And those tend to be about like $8. And then obviously there's the Pillsbury where they're about like $6 regular price, but they obviously like they offer discounts. But then again, they aren't vegan as well. So we think that $5.99 would be a very fair price point for entering the marketplace.
Great. Thank you. I won't take up any more of my fellow judges' time. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now, Aaron, do you have any question?
Yes, and I was also going to say that I wish this had been an in-person event in case that we might have gotten some samples. Great presentation. And I know that you were talking about your consumer as convenience seeking. And one of the things with delivery having grown over the last couple of years, I had heard, and this is not my area of expertise, but I had heard that there are like convenience stores that are delivery only, like ghost kitchens, but with grocery. Is that something that you've thought about marketing to, since convenience would really be right there?
Yes, so actually something that one of those stores you're talking about is DashMart. So DashMart is DoorDash's in-house delivery only grocery store, if you will. But yes, we would be open to those kinds of delivery options.
Great, thank you.
I just want to add also, we have a plan to develop an online platform as well, since they're like non-perishable goods. And we want to work with the CSAs, which are like Good Eggs, if that's what you're talking about as well, in the next couple of years.
Okay, thank you. So we have 2 minutes left and we have 2 more judges to ask questions. So we want to do some quick question and answer. Okay, Nancy, next.
Okay, quickly. I know you're focusing on the consumer market. Did you consider doing wholesale, selling to bakeries, food production on a bigger scale, more cost effective potentially?
Yes, so we haven't exercised that option very thoroughly, but we have looked into possibly selling to a larger chain or doing a wholesale distribution sometime in the future, or selling directly, you know what I mean, like selling the product directly to the like Safeway or Whole Foods or something like that, so they could do for themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, last question from Arjan.
Yes. You mentioned you're selling it $5.99 per package.
Right, that's our initial selling price.
How much is the cost?
It should
Per
be on
package?
the slides. I can't tell you perfectly. I think it's $3.94 or $3.94.
Okay, okay, got it. So probably you need to get more profit to make it more meaningful, trust me. And then my last question, what is your next product?
Oh, okay. So Bianca, you can chime in here too, but we hope to either expand our line of flavors or also cross over with like other sorts of baking mixes, such as like cookie mixes or like pancake mixes, similar to what King Arthur is doing, but yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yay. Now, we would like to open up a fan favorite poll to the audience to vote for your favorite team pitch. So please choose a team that you like the most. So for your information, we have presentation in the order of Ola, Remind, Stomamate, Wise Assistant, and Bait. So the team Bait is the first in your favorite poll, but it's just the alphabetical order. So, but we had Ola first, and then Remind, Stomamate, Wise Assistant, and Bait, okay? And in the meantime, we are going to send our judges to a separate judge room to discuss today's presentations and decide the top 3 winners. Judges will have about 30 minutes to discuss, okay? So judges can find their link in the chat or in the email that I sent you before. And in the meantime, we are going to have a quick break and also have an interesting happy hour session after the break. The pitch competition results will be announced at 3:30 p.m. See you soon.
Let's go ahead and take a quick 30-second break, and then we'll be back right before 3:01 for the Alumni Happy Hour, Tequila 101 with Lupe Ramos. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Man, so I think the judges are going to have a really tough time with this year's pitch competition. But in the meantime, while they go ahead and deliberate, I would like to introduce for Alumni Happy Hour, Tequila 101, the Assistant Director of the Lamb Family College of Business Student Center, Lupe Ramos. Lupe was born and raised in Oakland, California, and is a proud San Francisco State alumnus of the Criminal Justice Program and has been working at the Lamb Family College of Business for 17 years. Lupe spends most of her free time with her husband and 2 children, but when not with her children, she loves to pamper herself and make amazing cocktails. So, ladies and gentlemen, Lupe Ramos.
Thanks, Sybil. Hopefully, okay. I had everything set up. So I wouldn't be right on front of the screen. All right, hi guys. So like Sybil said, my name is Lupe Ramos. I'm very excited to be here with you all. I don't call myself an expert. I know Sybil's like, you're an expert. No, I hope to one day be an expert. I'm very passionate about tequila and just to tell people about good tequilas, because I feel there's all this misconception about tequilas and what is good, what is not, right? So today I kind of want to go over a few types of tequilas and then show you guys how to make a really good margarita. But since margaritas are not like the staple cocktail in Mexico, the staple cocktail is actually a paloma. So I'll be making that for you too. And then since I'm running out of a tequila that I've infused, I'm actually going to show you how simple it is to infuse your own tequila at home, okay? A little bit about tequila. Tequila is an agave spirit, and it comes from an agave plant, and agave can only grow in warm regions. So that's why mostly it's grown in Mexico and in some parts of the US. The first agave spirit goes back like up to 1000 BC. And this is what the Aztecs were making it. And they used to call it pulque. And it's still around. It's in, usually you can get in the region of Jalisco. That's where primarily tequila is made. So anyways, we have a lot of varieties of tequila. For example, you have your common blanco tequila, your silver tequila, you have a reposado, you have an añejo, and then you have an extra añejo, right? So pretty much a reposado is, it's usually, aged for 2 to 12 months, so not a very long time. And then an añejo is typically 1 to 3 years. And then the newest one that just recently came around is the extra añejo, and that one has to be a minimum of 3 years for it to be an extra añejo. I personally prefer like a blanco or a reposado just because the flavor is not as intense. So you can just take a shot and not feel it, or you can also, for the añejo, is good for sipping. So a lot of people like to sip it because the flavor is a little bit stronger. Behind me, you'll see I have a lot of different tequilas. I probably have some that you've never seen because most people go towards the most popular ones, which are the Don Julio's, and then you have Clase Azul, which I just have here for decoration. I actually don't drink it because I'm not a fan of it. I believe you can get so many much better tequilas for under $100. There's some that today I'm gonna actually infuse, and it's an Espolón. And Espolón, you can get it for like $25. The main, the suggestion I can make to you guys, if you guys want to know, like, how do I find like a good tequila, right? You just look to make sure that's 100% agave. Don't really look at the price, because the price, it doesn't matter. Like I said, the Espolón is excellent. It's $25. And then I have other tequilas that people like the Don Julio 1942, which is really popular. It's like $150. And I actually like G4 a lot better than that. You can get this for a lot less. All right. So now I'm going to get started with the first cocktail. Hopefully some of you can follow along if you have some of these ingredients at home. Basically, I'm just going to use, let me get my shaker. All right, so the rule here for usually to making a really good margarita is the 2-1-1. So pretty much you're gonna use 2 ounces of tequila, 1 ounce of Cointreau, and then an ounce of lime juice. But the way I like to do it, I like to use a full lime and then half of a lemon, okay? So let me get this going. All right, so you just grab a shaker, whatever shaker you have. Make sure it has plenty of ice in there. And then I'm going to squeeze all of this lime in here.
Hey, Lupe, while you're squeezing the limes, does it matter what type of limes or lemons?
Well, it's limes. It doesn't really matter. It's just as long as it's limes and then lemon.
So I think the big honkin' limes are the Persian limes. It doesn't have to be the expensive key limes or anything.
Oh
like that.
yeah, no, not at all. No. And the key limes are too small, so I wouldn't even use those. All right, so today to make it, I'm actually going to use, I've already infused it. I'll show you how to infuse it a little later, but I've actually done, it's a strawberry infusion. So I'm gonna do 2 ounces of that. And then we're gonna do 1 ounce of Cointreau. So usually if you want to make, you're making margarita, but you don't have, let's say, a strawberry infused tequila, you can always muddle some fresh strawberries. But because I have the infusion, I'm not going to do that. And then to sweeten it up a little, I do have agave. This is another thing you want to use. So I usually go with about half an ounce of agave. If you like it a little bit sweeter, you can do that. I found that this is a lot better to sweeten it with versus like simple syrup. I just feel that it'll taste a lot better. And then that's it. That's all you put in the margarita. And then I have my little piece of bay cup here. And another thing I don't like to do is I don't like to rim the whole cup with salt. I like to leave some of it without it. So there's some people that probably don't like too much salt. Some just want a little bit. So if you just do half of it, it's just a lot better. So once this is all shaken up, you get an amazing margarita. There's that one. Okay. Now I was saying that I was going to make now the Paloma. So Paloma's made a little bit different than a margarita. So for the Paloma, I'm actually going to use, so for Paloma, you usually want to use a taller glass. All right, so you pour this much ice to get your Paloma going. So Paloma has fresh grapefruit. So you just squeeze half of a grapefruit into here. This one's a really simple, you just have to, have grapefruit around. So half of a grapefruit, and then I'm going to do a lime. So I usually like my drinks to be a little sour. So I'm gonna do a whole lime for this. No lemon on this one. This one's just gonna have the lime. And then this one's actually going to have 2 ounces, and I selected G4. Most of you probably never even heard of this tequila. It's an amazing tequila. Again, it's under $100, not super expensive. And you just, you have an amazing cocktail. And also the 100% agave, you don't get a hangover. So that's why you always want to have 100% agave. So we just have the 2 ounces there. And then the trick to this one is you want to add, so you can choose whatever you want. Usually people will put like some club soda or something to top it off. But I found Fever Tree Pink Grapefruit Sparkling. This one's amazing. It's delicious. So what I like to do is I like to just mix this a little bit. Make sure that all that grapefruit is mixed in with, the lime juice and the tequila. And then you just pour over the rest with this. And there you go. And you also have the option, I didn't rim this one with salt, but you can also definitely rim this with salt and it tastes delicious. Okay. So now to kind of go over how to infuse, because I know there's a lot of people that look at the stores and they find, oh, there's this tequila that's infused with whatever, right? But you can do it at home and it doesn't take very long. I've done a few infusions. I've done, so let me see. I think they're asking me something about the drinks and not why it's not blended. Okay. So first of all, way back when, the reason I even got into wanting to know about tequila and all that, because I used to go out and I would drink and I would come home and have the worst hangover. Like I would have such a bad headache the next day and it never failed, right? And I was just like, what's happening? So what I learned is that, so when I go somewhere, like you say you go to the bar or whatever, and you order a drink, now I look to see what the ingredients are. I make sure they're not using simple syrup or any pre-mix of or pre-margarita mix. I make sure that all their ingredients are fresh and they're using all of this. Blended, usually if it's a blended drink, it's a pre-mix and it's just not the greatest. So I try to stay away from that because who wants a hangover now? Okay, so so yeah, so a lot of people sometimes avoid going out because who wants a hangover? I sure don't. So that's why I always look for a tequila that's 100% agave, and I'm not looking at how these famous people have all these tequilas around. None of those are really good. They have so many additives, and that's what gives you the headache. So you want to stick to a tequila that's 100% agave, and that's not going to give you a headache for sure. Okay, so since I'm already running out of my tequila that I infuse, I'm actually going to infuse one now for you, so you can see how how easy it is. So I buy these jars on Amazon. This is the one I'm going to use, this Espolon. It's, like I said, it's $25 bottle and it's excellent. It tastes really good. But I'm going to do a strawberry. I've already cut up my strawberries. So pretty much all you do is you just put some strawberries in here. And you could put as many as you want. I think about a good size, if they're big, like maybe about 6 or 7 strawberries cut up, just so that the tequila grabs onto that flavor of the strawberry. I'm just putting this here. And then pretty much it's just, I'm gonna pour the tequila in here. Another good infusion, one of my favorites that I make, it's a pineapple with vanilla bean. It tastes so, so good. This one, I'll usually let it sit here for about, I wanna say 5 days. That's a good time. 5 days, it should be ready to go. And then this way you get that little bit of flavor of strawberry. It's not overwhelming. Oh, okay. So yes, so for the infusion, the reason that you just I'm just using a Blanco, because you're gonna use it to mix, right? So you're not gonna drink it straight up. So it's a mixing one. So obviously I'm not gonna infuse a añejo or reposado, right? So usually my rule is I will have, so there's this, my favorite tequila. It's actually this one and it's called Fortaleza. I love this tequila, this reposado. I could probably literally have 5 shots straight and be okay. You don't really taste it, like you don't get that aftertaste that you usually get when you take a shot. So yeah, I can, I don't say I'm gonna have 5 shots, but I really enjoy it. It's a reposado. So I feel like this one is excellent for taking shots. Now, there's also other tequilas, like we have this one. This one's actually a really expensive bottle. This one's almost $300, and this one's called Tears of the Llorona. And this tequila, it's an extra añejo, and you usually use it for sipping, right? So if you want to sip a good tequila, because sometimes people, we're not teenagers anymore. I shouldn't say teenagers don't drink. Sorry, we're not in our early 20s where we're just wanting to take shots, you know, just to get drunk or something. Now you kind of just want to relax at home and pour yourself, you know, a nice drink, and you just sip it, and it ends up being, you know, really, really good. So yeah, I've now infused my bottle. I will leave it here, you know, like I said, for about 5 days. You can infuse pretty much anything. I've done an infusion. I did a berry one, and then, like I said, the pineapple. I've actually roasted it in my in the grill, the pineapple, and then you put it into tequila, and then you get fresh vanilla bean. It has to be fresh vanilla bean, and you scrape it off and put it in here, and that's also like about a 5 to 6 day infusion. I did a Serrano infusion. Okay, if you're ever gonna infuse any type of, if it's Serrano or jalapeno, make sure that you just leave it for like a day, maybe just a couple hours. I forgot about it, and it was 3 days, and it was way, way too spicy. I was like, I can't really have that. But yeah, this is it. Also, I mean, I get fancy. I forgot that I also, this is dehydrated fruit. You can add it to any of your drinks. So you can add it to your paloma, and then once you're done, it's soaked in there with all the flavor, and then you can have a nice treat. It almost tastes like candy. Wait, Sybil, you want to unmute yourself and ask me? Because my computer's too far.
Oh, no worries. Jessica Lai asked roasted pineapple and fresh what? And it was fresh vanilla beans, right?
Yes. Yes. Fresh vanilla beans. Yeah. But you can also do, I've done it because it's kind of, I mean, you can also do it in your air fryer. You can actually put the pineapple in your air fryer too, and just have it, you know, cook a little bit there to just get a little bit more, it just gets the sweetness a little bit more of the pineapple. But I've also done it with just the pure, just fresh pineapple that I cut up, and then the fresh vanilla bean. Yeah. Yes, definitely. If you put pineapple in the air fryer, it tastes amazing. So imagine infusing your tequila with it. But yeah, the fresh vanilla bean, it just tastes so good. And then you wanna, for that one, it doesn't need a lot of sweetener, but I usually use pineapple gum syrup to do that as a sweetener. And the company that I purchase all those syrups is Liber and Company, if you're interested. Yeah. Sybil, I missed some of your other questions. What else were you asking me?
Oh, no, it was just the question of, is it just a waste to try to infuse with añejo or reposado then?
It is, because it's a much more expensive tequila that you're gonna mostly enjoy for, like, you're gonna sip it, or, you know, you can take a shot with it, but it's mostly for sipping. So yeah, it's kind of like a waste because you're mixing it. If you were just gonna enjoy it straight, then, you know, but because you're mixing it, it's not worth it to infuse an añejo or a reposado. That's why just stick with the blanco.
And you totally burst my bubble, my love for George Clooney. So when you said that, you know, they add stuff to the tequila and that's what gives you a headache, what are they
do?
adding?
You're talking about Casamigos, because
Yeah.
that's George Clooney. It's okay, and I, you know, I tried the tequila and it's okay, but like I said, because of all the additives, that's how you end up with a headache. And I'm like, I hate going out and coming home and the next day waking up with this horrible headache. So now, to tell you the truth, when I go out now and I see what they're putting or how they're making, you know, a margarita, I don't get headaches anymore. And that's just because, you know, obviously, like you were saying about something about frozen margaritas, and like I said, most of those have pre-mix margarita mix they use, and it's just not good. You always want to stick with fresh ingredients. So now, even before I go out to a restaurant or something, oh wait, what's the question, Sybil?
Oh no, Martin was asking about the kind of the smiling emoji that Jessica was typing into the chat. But I did have a separate question. So what do you think about mezcal? That seems to be on the rise a bit.
Yes. So another thing, all tequila can be a mezcal, but not a mezcal. Not every mezcal could be a tequila at all. I do have a few mezcals here. So mezcal is an acquired taste for sure, because it's very smoky. So before I even got into really wanting to try the best tequilas are out there, I used to be like, I do not like mezcal because it was the smokiness. It's very, very smoky. But I do have a few of them here, and these are not that expensive. So this is one of them. This is Vida del Maguey. This is a really, really good mezcal that, you know, you can have. And but yeah, they're really good. You just have to have that acquired taste for it, because if you're gonna, I mean, you have to kind of build up to it, because it's really smoky. I'll just say that. But I did learn that I've actually made a margarita with, so instead of using 2 ounces of tequila, I did 1 ounce tequila, 1 ounce mezcal, and that tastes actually really good. So it kind of cuts the smokiness of the mezcal, but you get that wonderful taste too. So
great. Yeah. What's the smoke from for mezcal?
Because it's the
do they char the agave?
The agave.
No,
the agave is underground. Yeah, they cook it underground.
Oh, okay.
So that's where the smoke comes from.
And are you supposed to eat the worm in the bottle?
You can if you want. I've never eaten it. I usually just throw it out.
Great. I don't want to distract with too many questions, but yeah.
Oh, it's okay. But you can read me if there's other questions, because I can't get to my laptop.
Josh also mentions that the barrels for mezcal contribute some sort of flavors.
Yeah, they do. So the longer, well, that's why they have the different types of tequila, right? So you have the reposado and you have añejo del añejo. So the longer they remain there, they acquire a different taste and even a color. So if you see this one, so this one is an extra añejo. I don't know if you guys can tell, but it's not a clear. It's a lot darker than if I have this one that's a blanco. So this one's just white, but then this one has a color, and that's from the barrel, right? And then just, you know, from being there for a while. And then there's this one that I have too, that's also just an añejo, and it's actually a little bit darker too. And yeah, that is from being in the barrel much longer.
And that's the same as for mezcal also?
Yes, exactly.
Perfect.
Yes.
Excellent. And do you know if it's like, you know, Scotch and whiskey where they're using oak barrels and toasting the barrels ahead of time also?
Yes.
Oh, so oak.
Yeah, it's still, well, I don't know. I have to have you come. You don't live that far, Sybil, so you got to come and taste all the different tequilas and mezcals that we have.
Sold. Yes.
You can come anytime. You're invited.
And great. What other infusions would you recommend? We have about 5 minutes left, and I would encourage people to put questions into the chat.
I did a lemon. I did a lemon with blueberry, but that one. So I tried it. Don't do a lot of lemon. So that one, just slice up your lemon into thin slices, and then put the blueberries. But don't use that much lemon. You don't need that much because the tequila grabs lemon flavor so much. So you just need a little bit. And then I did a raspberry. I did a raspberry blueberry. Raspberry blackberry. So that one was really good too. And then, you can also do, there's the, I could add mint to this one. So the strawberry with mint infusion, that one's really good. Also, don't go overboard on the mint. You just need a little bit. And don't forget about them because I feel like if you leave it a lot longer, I don't know, especially with the Serrano, don't do it. I know that people do the jalapeno, so you can do jalapeno or Serrano. I prefer the Serrano, but like I said, that one just do a couple hours and you will be set because it is way too spicy.
Wow. Okay. Man, now I'm excited.
But you can just think of anything, any fruit you can think of, you can put in the tequila and infuse it. Like I said, use Espolón is a wonderful one to use, 100% agave, and it's only $25 and you get a whole liter. You can't miss.
So when you infuse, do you have to keep it in a cool, dark place or?
No, so yes, yes. So usually this will just go under the bar. It's really dark right here, nothing. You can also leave it in your fridge, but then you have, the only thing about that, if you do put it in your fridge, then you have to keep it there the entire time. That's the only thing about that. So you can't like pull it in and out of or have it stored outside after you refrigerate it. So yeah, this will just stay here under the bar for about 5 days. And then I'll take it out and then I'll pour it back in its bottle. And the only reason you can infuse in the bottle here, you can just add the fruit to it here. You can dump a little bit out or, obviously don't dump it, but use it to make a drink before. But I just found that these jars, they just make it easier. It has a wider mouth where you can just put the fruit in. And then it's easier when you're straining out the fruit. It was just easier to do it with this. But yeah, and then you can eat the fruit, but oh my God, I'll tell you, it's way too strong. So the pineapple actually tastes it's a little bit better than the strawberry because the strawberry gets a little soggy, obviously because it's been in here. But the pineapple is not that bad. It remains, it doesn't get too soggy, but oh man, it's like straight up tequila. So I suggest maybe don't eat the fruit, just throw it out when you strain it. Dump it.
Okay, great. I am questioned out and actually really thirsty now.
Me too.
Excellent.
Sorry, here, Sybil, come over. You're not that far. Here, I got some drinks for you.
The Paloma actually looks really tempting right now. Great. Well, thank you so much, Lupe.
Yeah, thank you for having me. This was fun.
Yay. And I think hopefully, well, go and enjoy a beverage at this point because
I'm still officially working. I still have to reply to a bunch of emails because I'm on vacation all next week. So yeah, I'm not off the hook yet. I'm just gonna give them to my husband to drink. He says I make the best margarita, so there you go. He can enjoy it.
Thank you, Lupe.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and now I'm going to turn the programming back over to Nara Jong.
Hi, all. Welcome back. If you've just entered the meeting, you're watching the highlight of the program because we are going to have a pitch competition award presentation right now. I'm going to announce our fan favorite team first. So congrats, Team Remind. You are going to get an extra $500 for your startup fund. And our third place team is Team Baked. Team Baked, congratulations, and you're going to get $1,000. And second place team is Team Wise Assistant. Team Wise Assistant will get $3,000. And one of our judges have some comment to the second place team. Aaron?
Yes, Wise Assistant team, great job. We are impressed with your presentation, and especially in terms of the product market fit that you've identified. You understand your customer, you understand how to provide them with value. You've defined a marketing plan to continue to grow. We've also noticed the evidence of the growth you've already achieved, as well as your awareness of the overall environment, knowing that cookies and privacy, you have a firm understanding of that and the opportunity ahead. Also impressed with your long-term strategic thinking about not just how to grow and being in the growth phase, but also what your exit strategy is. So well-deserved and congratulations.
Thank you. Congrats again. And the first winner of today's pitch competition is Team StomaMate. Congratulations, you're going to get $6,000 for your startup fund. And one of our judges have some comment to the first place team. Bruno.
Well, thank you, Professor, and Scott, congratulations on today's award. During your presentation, we spoke about a couple of topics, the idea of the importance of the patent, a lot of the work you're going to do, and we know you're very early on in this process. And we were joking as we're looking at some of your numbers about how you're going to move some of your financial projections from kind of a guesstimate to an estimate and move on from there. But really, today's award is really a recognition of what you did last summer, working with your uncle, seeing this opportunity, the thought process. You took us through everything that you did, from the idea through the development, how you failed at times, how you went back, how you worked it out, how you taught them how to use an iPhone to scan it and really apply this. So thank you very much for not only coming up with this great idea, really taking a very complicated and a topic that might not be very easy for people to understand. You made it simple, you made it easy, even for a banker to pick up on it. Thank you for what you're doing. We look forward to hearing great things from you. And again, thanks to all of our teams today, and Professor for including all of us and all the judges on the panel again this year.
Thank you so much, Bruno. It was very moving, touching comment. So Team StomaMate, Scott, congratulations. Now you're the first place winner of the competition. I'm curious what your plans are for the concept now.
I don't know. This is a big surprise, so I'm kind of speechless right now.
Speechless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so congratulations again. And I'm so proud of all the teams who pitched today and also applied to this event. There were so many ideas with great potential. Also, thanks so much our judges for giving great feedback to the teams today. And all the audience, thank you so much for attending the pitch competition and participating in the vote today. And now I will ask Sybil back to the stage and conclude this year's Entrepreneurship Symposium. Sybil?
Thank you, Nara. I am so proud of all the students and all the hard work that they have put in this semester. The quality of the work and the quality of the ideas, it always astounds me. And I can only hope that our programming and our ability as teachers, mentors, guides, coaches can continue on and grow from here. I love where we're starting from, and I am so hopeful as to where we're going with the community and the support that we have around us. San Francisco State, you know, we're a little state school with a chip on our shoulders, but I think we have really good things ahead of us with really strong communities that have such strong passion behind them. And I think that's what's going to carry us forward and make a very big difference going forward. Thank you all so much for attending. The support and the community, again, means so much to us. This recording of the symposium will be available on the Alumni Association website. After it goes through closed captioning, you'll get a notification when it's available. In the meantime, have a wonderful tequila-filled Friday. It's almost 5. And a wonderful weekend. Congratulations, Scott. Congratulations to all of the entrepreneurs. Your hard work is evident. Thank you. Take care. See you all next year.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.